Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone here at the Fondation and online for this marathon conference, if you want. So just to explain a little bit how the day will happen very, very quickly. So we will start with a keynote by John Evans. We are really lucky and happy to have John with us because John is a commissioner of CNAM, so the Irish platform regulator, and you know that the Irish platform regulator has an important role to play in regulating several big tech, because several big tech are established in Ireland. So we will start with a keynote with him, and then a conversation between him and Kai Zenner, who is a kind of digital intellectual, if you want, and also an activist, because you think a lot about digital regulation. Kai was publishing before the election a very interesting paper which is called The European Way, how Europe can reclaim its digital future. But Kai is also very active at the European Parliament, so he thinks and he acts, which is always useful in Europe. Then we will have a focus on consumer protection. So we will present, so my colleague will present a new report on the Digital Fairness Act, and then there will be a discussion of that report, and then concluding the morning with a conversation with Isabelle Perignon, who has, as you know, a very important role in the DFA because she's a director in charge of consumer protection. And then after the lunch, we will move to the DMA, the Digital Market Act, here again presenting a number of papers by my colleague and me on the impact of the DMA, its governance. And then we will finish the day, and we are here again very lucky to have the mother of the DMA coming back to Brussels, the previous Executive Vice President Vestager, and discussing with the founder of CERRE, Bruno Liebhaberg, about the DMA, but also more generally about the topic of the day. Okay. So thank you very much for coming for that day. I just want to, before I invite John to the floor, clarify how we work at CERRE, because I think it's very important that we have disclosure and that we guarantee independence. You know, it's more and more important, and I think for very good reason. So how we work, and so we will present here 5 reports that my colleague and me have written in full independence. All of us, we are academics in different universities in Europe, and so we care much more about our independence than CERRE to some extent. But so how it works, we have a steering committee composed of a company and a national regulatory authority, and some of them, CNAM is one of them, and a very active one. We have ACM also, we have other regulatory authority, which are part of the steering committee. And so how it works is that the draft are written by, a draft is written by the academic team, then the steering committee member may comment the draft. So they may say, we like this idea, we don't like it, and so on. And then it's up to the academic team to decide what they do with the comment. Okay? So I think it's very important because to explain how we work. And the steering committee is always indicating the first page of our report. So if you want to know who provides input, intellectual and financial, the company are supporting financially also the report, you can find it in the first page, but I really insist that at the end of the day, the report is only the responsibility of the author and nothing else, nothing more. The second thing is, and we are very adamant about it, is, as you will see in the panel that we will organize to discuss that, we really want to have the different interests present in the discussion. Okay, the big tech, the small tech, the national regulatory authority, the European Commission, obviously, and the civil society. Okay, so we try really to have everyone on board, because we think that it's by having those dialogue coming from different interests that the law and the regulation could be improved in Europe. Okay, on that note, John, I would like to invite you here and for you to give your keynote. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you, Alex, for the introduction. and for the invitation today. I must say this is the first time I've done the keynote of this style. It's usually kind of on panels with Alex when I come here. So again, thank you for the privilege. So I am John Evans. I'm the Digital Services Commissioner at Commission na Man. Commission na Man is the media regulator in Ireland, and we have, among other responsibilities, responsibility for online safety. So what that covers is we have responsibility for the DSA. Commission na Man is the Digital Services Coordinator for Ireland. The other competent authority is our Competition and Consumer Protection Commission. But we also have responsibility for some parts of the AVMS. So we have our online safety code, which applies to video sharing platform services. And we have responsibility for terrorist content online regulation as well. And soon to join us as part of that online safety framework will be the political advertising regulation responsibilities and also AI in due course. I think, like a lot of media regulators over recent years, we've been somewhat on the unlikely centre of attention. I would say Jim Jordan's committee on their last report referred to the Commission na Man as one of the most powerful regulators in the world, obviously coming from a censorship angle. I really wouldn't agree with that. We have very significant responsibilities, but I would not characterise us as one of the most powerful regulators in the world. So I think this is worth pointing out. Even as a Digital Services Act regulator, so as a DSC, we have shared responsibilities with the European Commission. And how that system of regulation works between the different digital services coordinators of the European Commission. It's very much a system, it's a team, and I wouldn't like to pick out anybody as having more significance than another. We're all regulating on one another's behalf. So just looking back over the last number of years, that there has been a slew of digital regulation. It's quoted back to me very often that there have been 100 pieces of digital legislation passed by Europe over the last number of years. And now I guess the pendulum has swung back the other way. There's a bit of pushback. The Draghi report was quite sobering, but there is other reasons why there's been a pushback against certain kinds of regulation. In the media sphere, this censorship angle and the politicisation of the topic has become kind of a concern as well. Okay, so I'm just going to talk a little bit first about innovation and regulation, and what I want to do is get to the idea of trust. So, and that means trust by society or of society in the way markets work. So the way markets work being the combination of regulation of that sector and how the firms behave themselves. Okay, so just a bit about my own background. I started off as kind of call this from competition policy advocate to Orwellian bureaucrat. Just being a little bit dramatic about it, but I started off as a researcher, working on the analysis of state restrictions of competition. So what our message there, if you like, was provided regulation is targeted appropriately at market failure, policymakers could trust markets to deliver efficient outcomes, to foster innovation and so on. So in other words, markets could be leveraged to deliver benefits for the consumers. But obviously part of that is that regulation can improve upon what the market would do otherwise. So of course there are trade-offs that are implicit in this view. So if you can imagine a market left unfettered and it produces unsafe products for consumers, then there's a justification for having product safety standards in that market. If a market tends towards monopolistic structures, perhaps price or access regulation might be warranted. Other kinds of failures warrant other kinds of interventions. But in this sense, the limitations on commercial freedoms are balanced against what we think of as being the welfare-enhancing effects of regulatory interventions. So this is in a sense is the deal that we have with regulators, that society has with regulators in the market. If this reputation or this relationship, if it breaks down, trust can be damaged. So if the welfare-enhancing innovation works better when markets, when people have trust in markets, if the trust is not there, innovations may fail to take hold or may be rejected outright. I'll come back to that in a second. So, as I said, in my early career, I was working on this analysis of state restrictions of competition, and that was the essential story. I moved to what I think of fondly now as traditional utility regulation, and for such a comparatively simple regulatory task. The digitization of society and of markets, and of the nature in which we interact over different platforms, the economics and societal impacts of that are vastly more complicated. And organisations such as CERRE have been at the forefront of developing our thinking in this regard. So there's been extensive analysis of digital markets and the nature of market failures now, how they affect fundamental rights of citizens, and how they shape our societies and democracies. What we have seen now is, over the last number of years, and you can think of the 100 pieces of legislation as being the first attempt to meaningfully deploy regulation of digital markets. And at the core of these attempts is a drive to engender trust of some sort. So the Digital Services Act, for example, looks to enhance trust and predictability of those markets. But of course, similar trade-offs are present between commercial freedoms and welfare-enhancing effects of regulation. So when it comes to digital services, at Commission Demand, we've tried to frame this trade-off as not a cost of compliance, but as a cost of protecting fundamental rights. So, for example, the DSA requires a risk assessment be carried out by Velopsys and Velocities prior to the launch of new or significantly altered products. So this is an ex-ante requirement that tries to internalise safety by design of digital services. So what that means, what that trade-off means, is that as a society, Europe has chosen to accept a certain amount of delay potentially of the launch of new or significantly amended digital services over material risks to minors, to health, to democracy. And we've made that choice as a society. One example that I like to give is, sometimes the dog that doesn't bark is an important thing to observe. So you might remember back in 2024 when TikTok went to launch TikTok Lite, it hadn't done an appropriate risk assessment at that, and the Commission pulled back, intervened. TikTok withdrew TikTok Lite from the market, and the version that went on the market was considered safer as a result of that. I think that's very important, and that is, as this system of regulation matures, the way this should work. Safety by design before market launch. So as far as trust in digital services goes, I think this is one of the reasons why we're seeing demands for more draconian measures even, such as outright bans. This is sort of the duality we see at the moment. In some senses, we're concerned about the pace of technology, but on the other sense, we have this fear that we're over-regulating markets, okay? And we need to square that. So, for example, many parents have lost trust in social media and support bans for certain age groups. Regulators, such as CMAN, have been making the point that effective application of the current rulebook will be effective in making social media a safer place for minors. But you can understand parents, it's not happening fast enough, would be a lot of their perspectives. There's an enormous body of work going on in relation to minor protection at the European Commission, at CNAM, at many other regulators, but it's going to take time to see the fruits of that, but not too long, I hope. So digital regulation is evolving. As I said, I think this is the first meaningful generation of comprehensive digital regulation that we have. The digital rulebook is now being looked at again. So this is really an initial attempt at simplifying, streamlining, and making sure that there are no significant gaps in the rulebook. So to conclude, I just want to make three final points, and then maybe we can touch on some of these in the conversation as well. The first is about the harmonising effect of digital regulation. The counterfactual where member states pursue different approaches, it's an obvious thing to say, but it will fragment the internal market further. But that needs to be kept in mind when we're talking about the Digital Services Act, the AI Act and so on. Because of their regional impact, it means that we're not doing different things at member state level, and that's really very important. And I think the politicisation of some of the issues also makes the risk that some citizens will not be sufficiently protected if we go down that individual state route. So I would emphasise the harmonising effect of a regional approach to this as being very important. In our efforts to simplify, streamline and close gaps, there are important lessons from what is admittedly a short experience of maybe the digital rulebook. The data protection area maybe being the outlier here, given its greater maturity. The report being considered today, or some of the reports being considered today, emphasise risk-based regulation, design-based regulation, ecosystem regulation. I can see these are all really valuable principles, and I support those going forward, and look forward to the discussion later today on that. Finally, I just want to say a word on regulatory coordination. So, regulatory authorities across different domains can strategically align. They can focus on resolving what we think of as trade-offs between different spheres of law, and we can also coordinate on our collective engagement with the sector. I think there's a big job for regulators to do to explain how digital regulation stitches together and what obligations firms have and don't have. Much of the regulation we see so far, for example, in the DSA, it's risk-based. So unless you're a very large online platform or a platform of significant size, if you're an SME or a micro enterprise, for example, you're going to have very few obligations. Getting that across is quite important. I'd like to just maybe support the project relating to the digital clearinghouse. I think that's a very important step, which looks quite promising to me. But I would warn a bit over emphasising too much the extent of regulatory overlaps. I wouldn't go so far as to say regulatory overlaps are edge cases, but there's maybe perhaps too much made of that. And I would maybe just leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you very much, John, for that, for those words and for those three messages at the end. So harmonization, good regulation based on the principle that Christophe will explain again in a minute, and then this issue of regulatory coordination. So maybe, John, if I can just come back on what you said in your speech and on two issues first. One is the trust issue, which is absolutely key, obviously. But you could say, and if I am playing the big tech advocate, if you want, I would not say the devil advocate, but the big tech advocate, you could say it's also in their interest to protect trust, because of course, their businesses is based on user engagement, and this user engagement is depending on trust. So why do you think to ensure this trust we need regulation, and why don't you think we can just count on them to ensure trust? As you are an economist, it's an incentive issue as always, but I don't know if you have a view. And then the second question I wanted to ask you is, in terms of this coordination among regulators, so you have a good plea for the digital clearinghouse, which is a project that the EDPS has put out, and there is a very interesting concept note that the EDPS has put on its website. And basically what the digital clearinghouse is to say, look, we have to have a pragmatic coordination across the Draghi count that there is 270 regulators, European and national, for the digital value chain, so 270. So the issue is, how do you think this coordination can take place? And again, to me, it's a question of incentive. What are the incentives of CNAM and others to cooperate with each other? Okay, so I don't know, on this trust issue and this coordination issue, I don't know if you have some if you can help us on that.
Yeah, so I guess with the economics background, you're kind of saying, why would we end up in this kind of low trust equilibrium? Why is that the result of?
The mic is okay.
Yeah. Is it on? Is it on?
Yeah,
Okay. It's a bit distant. Yeah. Okay.
As we are online too.
Yeah, okay. So so why do we end up in this, or why could we end up in this low trust equilibrium? I think it's probably that some actors just have a higher are targeting different parts of the market, right? So they're not as concerned about trust, perhaps. Another possibility is that it's a coordination issue. So for example, the European Board of Digital Services last summer announced a coordinated action against pornographic websites. That was done at the same time that the European Commission was launching investigations into 4 of the very large platforms that are pornographic websites. And the reason that was done was because a counter-argument put forward for moving towards more robust age assurance measures on those sites was, well, if we do it, our customers will just move to other sites that are not doing it. And that includes the below thresholds. So that meant that a coordinated approach. So I think what that does suggest a particular kind of dynamic there. Just on your question about what could the digital clearinghouse mechanisms look like, and what incentives do regulators have to get involved in those? So I think you can look to national level to get some examples of how this is working already. So in Ireland we have what we call the Digital Regulators Group. So in there is included our Data Protection Authority, Competition and Consumer Protection Authority, and our telecommunications regulator, ComReg. We recognised early on that we sort of had a common interest in anticipating the various pieces of legislation that were coming down the track from Europe. Where were they going to land? What was our institutional structure going to look like? How were we going to resource it? What new skills would we have? So there's definitely sort of a common interest in building institutions and the capacity. As we've matured a bit, we now coordinate on, I would say, strategically on issues. So for example, ourselves and the Data Protection Commission have a common message that we put out with respect to minors. So we've issued this as kind of a high-level statement, kind of emphasising minor protection as a core part of our kind of strategic objectives of the 2 organisations. And what that means in practice is that, for example, Safer Internet Day just a couple of weeks ago, we put out a common communications, a digital communications plan, which seemed to have become quite picked up. I think as these things mature, you will see the conversations about regulatory and enforcement priorities come into it. But I think it's still kind of early days for that. I think you can draw from those kinds of examples at national level and bring them up to European level. It does become more complicated, no doubt. The higher level group is an example of that. It's an early example of that, but I think I would support kind of initiatives around the digital clearinghouse as a possible way forward for that.
Okay, thank you very much, Jan, to share those experiences. Now let's go to you, Kai. So, you are specifically now involved in one of the digital omnibus, the one on AI. But I would like to reflect a little bit more broadly. How do you think we can make the EU digital rulebook more streamlined, and to be sure that it is protecting innovation and that we can reclaim our future, as you like? So, how do you see that happening? And specifically because you are in the European Parliament, how do you see the European Parliament working on it?
Good question. Maybe today I'm a bit more gloomy than normally because
even more. Wow!
Because I'm coming directly from the technical meeting on the AI omnibus and was annoyed about certain things. But let me start to reply to your question. So. First of all, we as EPP Group and Axel and I personally are, of course, very happy with this shift of the mindset here in Brussels that better regulation, but also simplification, in our eyes also deregulation in certain areas, is now such a big priority. So this is very good. It's also very good that the Commission understood that certain, let's say, activities from them were maybe not that helpful and need to be renewed. Maybe they need to think a little bit more about alternative steps and so on and so on. And of course, in general, to now simplify with the AI omnibus, with the digital omnibus, but also with the digital fitness check that is hopefully still coming, is a good thing. When you are now, however, looking into the details, and this is why I'm a bit more gloomy or angry this morning, is that I feel, well, despite this, let's say, high-level understanding that certain things need to be changed, when it comes to the detail or practices, nothing really has changed. Zach, one of the co-authors, and myself and many others in our European Way paper basically criticized three things that we were saying were leading to a kind of EU delivery gap in the digital field. It was, first of all, no overarching vision. Just one example, the AI Act should have said, in my opinion, something on sustainability, should make certain links. It's also something that the member states were mentioning several times. They are advocating for an addition of sustainability in the digital decade. The last actor was the Telco Council who made this plea. But in our negotiations, we were always being told, no, this is kind of a different policy cycle or silo. We cannot mix it. We cannot talk about it. And if we now look into the omnibuses, again, we see exactly that yes, we are doing certain fixes. But if you, for example, compare Article 88 in the digital omnibus, so data omnibus, GDPR, with Article 4A in the AI omnibus or AI Act, both should help AI developers, deployers to train their AI systems in a more innovation-friendly way. But those two elements were not really streamlined because two different silos in the Commission were working on it, because there's still not really a well-functioning inter-service consultation and so on. So to your question, what would need to change is that we are really learning from Draghi and finally have building an overarching vision. We can look in the digital decade, but what we claimed is that it's not enough, that the Commission and the co-legislators should think about more, that we also, this was our second point, are thinking about the whole digital value chain or tech stack, because there again, many things are not really working with each other. In certain areas, the strategic understanding is completely lacking. If you look in the quantum computing strategy, the Commission was not really aware where we have certain strengths in Europe. They are basically distributing money without the strategic thinking. So let me stop there maybe as the first point. We really need much more strategy, much more cross-silo work and thinking and cooperation. Again, I think there we really failed in terms of learning from Draghi letter report and other reports. Then, of course, again, simplification is good. The first steps that have been done are at least going in a good direction, but again, and we talked about it bilaterally, I still am not convinced that the Commission is the right actor to initiate a simplification strategy, because it was basically them who created those laws. So I would have loved to give the task to make a clear assessment of overlaps, contradictions to Alexander, to Zach, to some researchers that are not part of the machine, are not part of the EU institutions, and give us in the end present a neutral, objective overview of issues that we then go basically line by line through and solve on a very technical level. So far, again, I don't really see here that we are really going back to those 101 laws, really checking everything that we are for example, comparing what is being done in cybersecurity, how this is matching with certain obligations in product safety, and so on, because back again to silos. And maybe a last point is that here I become a little bit nostalgic because I feel when I came to Brussels, it was working a bit better because back then laws were much more principle-based. So regulations and directives really, for example, if you look in the 1985 product liability regulation, you see that it's I think 12 laws, 12 articles, very high level, and then in implementation and in the member states, case law was being built, also researchers and lawyers were thinking about it, but now we do the opposite. We are often going in every detail, and then in the end we are seeing that it's still not really enough. Then we are adding technical guidelines, we are adding implementing acts, delegated acts, and so on and so on. And even with them, the prime example is Article 5 AI Act and 150 pages in the guidelines, and after reading all of those, you still don't really know what AI systems should be prohibited. This we should also try to overcome and go, in my opinion, back to the roots and focus as EU co-legislators really on creating overarching general laws and leave the details to the member states, to implementation and so on. Because I'm talking already so long, very shortly what the Parliament can do, because I bash now here and there a bit the Commission. Of course, we are also a big part of the problem, because what I just said, we were definitely even making worse as Parliament, because it was often us who were adding all those additional details that the Commission originally didn't want, for example, in the AI Act, but also in DSA, in Cyber Resilience Act, and so on and so on. So we should definitely be more careful what we are adding. Finally, we as Parliament, but also the Council, should live up to the interinstitutional agreement, think about impact assessments, about certain things that we are adding that are really new and comprehensive. In our paper, we were also talking about the innovation principles, thinking not only about protecting certain elements or certain fields, but also about other things like innovation, like competitiveness, and so on. And maybe as a really last point, which we also mentioned in our paper, implementing acts and delegated acts, in my opinion, it's good that there's a discussion that the number should be decreased. But if now the co-legislators, even if those numbers are being decreased, are continuing to, in all situations where they are not able to align and find a common position, give the Commission basically the job to fix this problem, I think then it means that also the Parliament needs to attend, for example, meetings with the Council and the Commission to really properly discuss implementing acts, because it cannot be, from a democratic standpoint, that really important issues that are not technical at all are being decided in those comitology committees. Maybe I stop there, but I could go on and make an even longer list. So again, maybe to summarize, I think there are a lot of things missing. It's a good step to talk about simplification, to have more and more events like that. But we yeah, we should do much more, and we should have a much more comprehensive and strategic approach.
Okay, very quickly, because and then I can take one or two questions from the room if there are none, and then we will move to the next panel. But very quickly, again, it's a question of incentive. What are the incentives of the MEP to do what you want to do? Because if you don't change the incentive, I don't think they will change. We can say, okay, it's better, but people react to their incentive. And if you assess an MEP as the number of reports or the number of own initiative report or shadow reporter he has done, of course he or she will push for more law. So how can we change incentive of the MEP?
It's almost impossible right now. So
possible.
I
have one idea, for instance, and to have a KPI instead of the number of reports you do, how much you contribute for innovation in Europe. You could have an innovation KPI per. Of course, it will be complicated to do, but I think everything is possible if you think. But I really think that we need to change incentive. Question from the room,
very,
and then
very shortly, just on that. So. You are right, and the KPI idea was coming from Digital Europe, I think 5 or 6 years ago. It's a really good example, but why I'm so negative is exactly what you are saying. MEPs don't have motives or incentives to do it like that. What I believe, first of all, we need new EU treaties. There's no way that it works without, but of course it's right now extremely difficult with the geopolitical situation and so on and so on. But this is now really my personal opinion. Axel shares it, so that right now the EU institutions are kind of locked. They are not really able to do big reforms, which is why we are thinking that there needs to be a push from the outside. So from companies, from NGOs, from, in general, civil society and so on, pushing certain ideas in the policy cycle and force policymakers, but also EU officials, to really change. But until this is happening, I don't really see the EU institutions make those really big steps that I was talking about.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if there are one or two questions. Keep it short. A question, so we have the two person there. And then Hi. You will reply and then...
Is it working? Can you hear me? Yeah. Eva Heusing from Confederation of Swedish Enterprise. There was an event on Monday exactly about this issue. It was beyond omnibuses. And the Swedish Minister for European Affairs was there, and she said constraints. You have to the Parliament, the Commission, and the Council. That's a kind of responsibility, and there was a window of opportunity right now. So how can you do that? And maybe we have to go back and revise the interinstitutional agreement. Maybe we have to really to go to the bottom of it. And I mean, the better regulation toolbox is there. We should just use it.
Okay, thank you. And the woman on the back.
Hi, it's Dominguez for European Digital Rights. And we mentioned innovation, we mentioned interinstitutional cooperation, but one of the things that I think hasn't been mentioned is fundamental rights. And actually, if you ask us, this is the role of MEPs, right, defending people's fundamental rights. So, yeah, because all of us have seen that many people criticize the omnibus and simplification. Simplification can be good if it's actually helping people, companies, but now what we're seeing is more so deregulation. So what would be your reaction to that? Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. So we spoke about fundamental right. I think it was one of his big points about the cost of fundamental right. And I think you were this is really important because the cost of losing fundamental right is massive, massive. But okay, so if you can react to what you have heard, and maybe also as we are closing, maybe, we have this digital platform summit now every year at CERRE. What you would like to see next year happening, until next year happening, if you have a dream, like the other one, what you would like to see until the next CERRE Digital Platform Summit? John and then Kai.
So when I was speaking, up there, I kind of alluded to the fact that the current digital rulebook is still really young. Okay, the regulators are, in many cases, are still only building up the capability to enforce what's in the current book. Okay. So what I would like to see next year is a doubling down on applying the current rulebook and not be completely obsessed with changing it all the time. There's a lot of good stuff in there, and if we resource the regulators properly to do their job, you will see a lot of the change that we want happen.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, maybe first to the question. So, well, I think in the parliament there's a huge majority nowadays to maybe not look so much into new rules to protect fundamental rights, but yeah, first of all, make sure that the existing ones are clear. We talked about it, you and I, the relationship of fundamental rights impact assessment and the data protection impact assessment. Maybe there are different opinions, but in the end, I think it's all for aligning and making sure that what we have works and is not colliding, but even more important is to finally enforce the rules that we have. No? And there I know that we are completely aligned. I think this was a big problem in the past, and I know that almost all political groups are really aligned on that point. And my hope is that through the simplification process, the question of enforcement, and this brings us back to digital enforcement agency or the proposal from the EDPS and so on, that this triggers a broader discussion how we can improve it. And to your question, next year I would really hope that we are talking less about reducing the number of laws or reducing an opaque burden on companies and so on by making unrelated things that in the end do not really have a strong impact on anything, but are really going much more into detail and thinking about how we can do better laws. Because this I don't see right now.
Thank you very much for this, for those interesting advice. And now Zach Meyers, my intellectual twins, will take over.
Thank you, Alex. I'm Zach Myers. I'm Director of Research at CERRE. As Alex probably too kindly described me, his intellectual twin. I'm very happy now that we're turning to consumer law. And of course, as Alex, as Kai, as John mentioned, we're in an era where competitiveness is the top of the priority list for the Commission, and so the threshold for introducing new laws, particularly in the tech sector, is especially high. And so a lot of attention is going to be given to the Digital Fairness Act, which is one of the Commission's key proposals for the coming year. And a lot of attention is going to be given to this question about how to make sure that this legislative proposal is proportionate, that we avoid these problems of thinking in silos. We're thinking about filling gaps rather than creating more overlaps. And obviously this is a much more difficult thing to achieve in practice than in theory. And so I'm really, really proud that at CERRE we are kind of looking at this, and we have an excellent academic team that have just published a paper on this very question. The academics are kind of Christoph Busch from the University of Osnabrück, Emilia Fletcher from the University of East Anglia, and Michelle Ledger from the University of Namur. Today I'm going to introduce Christoph, who will be giving us a tour de force of what the report covers. So please welcome Christoph.
Yeah, thank you very much for the kind introduction, Zach. I have now the pleasure to very briefly present our CERRE report on the upcoming Digital Fairness Act, which I have co-authored with my colleagues Emilia Fletcher and Michelle Ledger. The 60-page report provides a detailed analysis of several key issues that are at the center of the debate surrounding the forthcoming DFA. And as I have only 10 minutes, I can only give you a sort of sneak preview of our main recommendations. But let me start with three more general observations on the broader political context in which the policy debate about the DFA is situated. First, the debate on the DFA unfolds against the background of increasing political emphasis on competitiveness, regulatory simplification, and the need to strengthen the digital single market. That's clear. Second, it's becoming increasingly clear that the DFA will focus on the protection of minors. This is clearly a very important policy objective, but it poses a challenge for the architecture of EU consumer law. Because introducing specific consumer rights for minors will increase the complexity of the regulatory landscape. And we should not forget that adults may also be vulnerable to harms such as addictive design or unfair personalization. And the third point, the policy debate on the DFA is situated within a wider discussion on the evolving contours and objectives of consumer law. Should consumer law focus primarily on economic harms, or also address non-economic harms, or even broader societal issues? That's an open question that is currently being debated. Now, against this backdrop, our report explores 5 topics. Horizontal issues relating to overarching concepts and principles of consumer law, issues with digital contracts and subscriptions, protection of minors, of course, in digital environments, addictive design features, and personalization practices. In terms of horizontal issues, our report underlines that the DFA should not simply add an additional layer of regulation, but focus on filling regulatory gaps and simplify the existing regulatory framework. In doing so, the DFA should be based on 3 general principles for smart digital regulation. First, risk-based regulation. The DFA should address clearly identified problems only where they materialize and cause consumers harm, while at the same time not overburdening traders unaffected by those problems. Second, design-based regulation. We are convinced that for effective consumer protection, it is not sufficient to enshrine consumer rights in legislation and to inform consumers about their rights. Rather, the exercise of consumer rights must be facilitated by designing user interfaces in such a way that consumers can easily exercise their rights and address remedies. Finally, smart digital regulation should be based on an ecosystem approach, because B2C contracts are typically embedded in a broader ecosystem with a variety of players. This means that policy interventions should look beyond the two-party relationship between the trader and the consumer and consider the different roles and responsibilities of various actors in the respective digital ecosystem. We also argue that fairness by design should be considered rather as an interpretative principle rather than a standalone obligation. And we are convinced that the concept of the average consumer is flexible enough to address also systemic and situational vulnerabilities arising in digital environments. One policy area where the Commission has identified a need for updating and strengthening the existing regulatory framework is digital contracts and subscriptions, the subscription economy. Here we have 3 recommendations. First, instead of providing one-size-fits-all solutions, policy interventions should differentiate according to the risk profile of the specific business model. Goods, services, digital content, short or long-term subscriptions involve different risks and may therefore require different levels of regulation. Second, our report advocates design-based solutions, such as an easy cancellation facility that we see in some member states already. And third, we think that the DFA should address the roles and responsibilities of all actors in the subscription stack, as you might call it, and that would include app stores, payment service providers, and also providers of subscription management software. The need to protect the online lives of children, and we have heard this already today, is at the forefront of the policy debates, not only here in Brussels, but also at member states levels, and rightly so. But currently, there is a lack of horizontal rules protecting minors at the EU level. There are only some sector-specific rules in the DSA, in the AVMSD, and this leads to an unlevel playing field and internal market fragmentation. So, in creating a more level playing field, the DFA could build on the approach of the UCPD and consider that minors are vulnerable consumers. And more specifically, to address the unlevel playing field, the DFA could prohibit online traders from presenting targeted ads to minors based on profiling following the model of the Digital Services Act. And also on age assurance, the DFA should refer to what is already specified in the Article 28 DSA guidelines to ensure coherence between the different instruments. And it's important to re-emphasize that the DFA should not create additional complexity or duplication of rules. Another focus area, and you see I have to rush through the topics of our report, another focus area relates to addictive design features in user interfaces or choice architecture that can drive excessive and also problematic use of digital devices, social media, or video gaming. Any regulation in this area should be carefully designed to ensure that the positive effects of engagement-enhancing design will not be lost to those users who engage responsibly online. Think of language learning apps that use gamification features to enhance user engagement and that help you to learn Japanese, for example. In our view, regulation should therefore be risk-based, differ by type of design feature and context, and type of user. In simple terms, the DFA should give control back to consumers. This means that the DFA should enable and possibly require enhanced activity, spending, and notification controls to be set at a system level to keep things simple. More specific addictive design features could then be set at the individual services level. So one question is, what is the right level of intervention? And for minors, controls should be set as safe by default. Another focus area that has been identified in the Digital Fairness Fitness Check is the use of personalization practices by businesses. And personalization is, of course, pervasive across digital services, from ranking, recommendations, and search results for advertising, and sometimes even for personalized pricing or surveillance pricing, as they call it in the US now. To be clear, personalization is not bad per se. To the contrary, it can actually have positive effects for consumers by making more relevant content available and by reducing search costs. These positive effects should not be lost. But consumers should get more control over how much personalization they want and in which context. Therefore, we argue that consumers should have a simple opt-out option for personalized advertising or offers. In practical terms, one way forward could be a sort of standardized privacy button that enables to take such a choice in a simple and design-based way. To address the unlevel playing field, the DFA could also extend the prohibition of advertising based on special categories of personal data following the model of Article 26, Para 3 DSA. And last but not least, we think that the DFA should prohibit any kind of advertising that exploits personal or situational vulnerabilities, such as consumer emotional targeting. There is more in our report. That's already the next panel. There is more in our report, and I hope that I have sparked your interest to take a closer look at our policy paper. It's 60 pages, as I said, and now I'm looking forward to the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Christoph. I'd now like to invite the panel to come up to the stage. I'm afraid that the surprise has been given away. But as Alex said earlier, I'm really delighted that the way we work at CERRE is by having steering committees made up of a different variety of both corporate and regulated interests, and hopefully you will see that in the discussion today, where I'm really keen to kind of draw out some of the similarities and differences between the different panelists. We've got Urs Busker, from the Senior Legal Officer at BOIC, the European Consumer Organization, Leonard Wetzel, Manager of EU Public Policy at SNAP, Eugene McQuaid, Senior Public Policy and Government Relations Manager at TikTok, Dries Guipers, Senior Enforcement Official at ACM, the Dutch Competition Authority, Tim Stock, Director of Public Affairs at TikTok, Martin Preditis, Deputy Head of Unit at DG Just in the Commission. Oh, sorry, Tencent, apologies. Yeah. And online, joining us, if the tech gods have allowed it, is Amelia Fletcher, one of the authors of the report. So I'd like to start by asking, and we obviously have a big panel, so I'm going to have to ask you to keep reactions very short, 2 or 3 minutes, if you can. But I think maybe just a good opening question for each of you would be kind of, what did you like? There's obviously a lot in this report, including thinking about ways to align the need to better protect consumers online with this competitive agenda, which means we need to be proportionate and targeted. And so it'd be great to know kind of, do you agree with that? And what are things that you like about the report? And is there anything that you don't like or disagree with? So Urs, maybe you'd like to go first.
Thanks so much. Good morning. I think it's still appropriate. Good morning. So yeah, thanks a lot to the two authors for their interesting report on how the protection of consumers could be improved. There's probably one topic, one recommendation that I think we can support, and that is the one on subscriptions. Consumers nowadays, and probably many of you, use a lot of subscriptions. And as you certainly also know, it's quite easy to subscribe to a service. But usually, it's quite challenging to cancel a subscription. The Digital Fairness Fitness Check report has found that 96% of consumers find it difficult to cancel subscriptions. Or a couple of years ago, our Swedish member tested 20 service providers and found that they all use dark patterns to make cancellation difficult. Germany and France have moved forward and have adopted national rules to help consumers in this regard. But we think we need a European solution for this. So here we really support the idea of proposing an easy cancellation function in consumer law. Regarding the recommendation, I cannot support that much. Well, first of all, it's the problem, I think, that the report doesn't cover all the areas that have been identified as problematic for consumers in the Digital Fairness Fitness Check report. The report really gives an excellent overview of the challenges that consumers face nowadays online. And just 3 examples maybe of really important areas that are unfortunately fully absent from the report. One is dark patterns. You all know dark patterns because they're everywhere. 97% of the most popular websites and apps in the EU use dark patterns to influence your decisions. Another area, issues related to video games. We speak a lot about video games here in Brussels, and therefore I'm really surprised to see that the report does not cover consumer issues in video games. Third topic, influencer marketing. Again, I think is high on the political agenda already, and still the report doesn't cover this. And maybe a horizontal issue that is also lacking, I think, in the report is the burden of proof. The burden of proof is a very important topic for consumers, because the DFA has the potential to increase protection for consumers. But it will make no difference if consumers won't be able to enforce their rights. And the burden of proof is one of their main obstacles. Again, it's worth looking into the Digital Fairness Fitness Check report, which acknowledged that consumers face, I quote, excessive difficulties when meeting the burden of proof in technically complex cases. And the report continues saying that this can make the right of compensation practically ineffective. So if we don't do something on the burden of proof, the DFA will remain meaningless for consumers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ask. Well, now I hand over to Leonard, and I'm wondering, in addition to kind of things that you like or do not like, whether you agree that there is more that the DFA should include than what our report recommended.
Yeah, first of all, good morning. It doesn't feel like morning for me. I had an early train, so good afternoon. So just maybe very quickly representing Snap. Snap is, for that you don't know, is the company behind the visual communications platform Snapchat. Snapchat was designed as an alternative to traditional social media platforms until today. The primary use case is the communication in a sort of more creative and visual way, I think, than on traditional messaging services, but it's really just helping users engage with their close friends rather than just scrolling passively through feeds of content. On the well, could there be more in the report? I guess, but I think then it would have been 600 pages and not 60, and I don't know whether this would be digestible for the sort of busy policy bubble in Brussels. So just quickly maybe on what we like and maybe what could even required a bit more attention. I think what is positive for sure is that the report acknowledges the already existing complexity in the area of minors protection when we look at the regulatory framework. I think we all know that there is currently a very dynamic debate around minors protections in Brussels and across Europe. It was mentioned earlier already. And I think it's important that there is renewed attention on minors protection, but I think it's also tempting to overlook the sort of the work that has been done over the past few years in really establishing a dense and robust framework. I mean, for services like Snapchat, we are a very large online platform under the DSA, so we're, we undergo annual risk assessment and comprehensive mitigation measures, independent audits. There is the specific framework for minors protections under Article 28, which lays out requirements in various areas, including user interface design, default settings, user support tools, and so on. So I think that the policy challenge here really is to assess where genuine gaps are in the existing framework and to ensure that the DFA is really coherent with the existing framework rather than, and I think this is what's been said here already, rather than running into a situation where there is a strong risk of duplicating rules, which I think ultimately wouldn't lead to a situation where there is a high level of protections across services in the digital ecosystem for minors.
Thanks, Leonard. Before we move on to Eugene, I just want to make the point that for those who are following us on Zoom, feel free to add a question into the Q&A function, and through the magic of technology, it will find its way to my phone, and I will pose it to the panel if we have enough time. So do feel free to think about your questions if you are online, and of course, the same is true in the room. Over to you, Eugene. Really keen to hear what you have to say about what you like and don't like.
Super. Thanks very much, Zach. And yeah, Eugene McQuaid from TikTok. I probably don't need to explain what TikTok is. But in terms of the report, I mean, I say it's very comprehensive. There's a lot of issues to address. CERRE previously did a very comprehensive paper on online choice architecture, which I think really addresses the dark patterns concept. In terms of what we, I guess, stuck out to me from the report is the real emphasis on the importance of the DFA, whatever that form that may take, omnibus or other, that it should focus and strive at a level playing field. And it is this level playing field that will ensure that the DFA will match the European Commission's commitment to simplification, competitiveness, at the same time as addressing the identified gaps. I think that sort of holistic recommendation underpins a few of the other, I guess, findings of the report. A few of which I'd just like to mention. So the report is clear that there is a detriment, particularly to minors, by the fact that certain services, and only certain services, are covered by minor-specific rules. Leonard mentioned VLOPs, for instance, under the DSA. And this is a gap. I think John mentioned the importance of a European-wide approach, and this is maybe a gap that could be addressed at European level. Secondly, and I think Christoph mentioned and emphasized this earlier, the report goes into the concerns around certain design features regarding personalization, but at the same time really emphasizes the benefits of that, and therefore the need to take an approach which is risk-based, principles-based, and proportionate. And I think there is a possibility here that we take a prescriptive approach that's not future-based, and I think many of the, let's say, the features or personalization that we're discussing here, they were not being discussed in the context of UCPD at the time, even at the time of the Modernization Directive. So to allow us to have flexibility, the rules need to adopt this kind of approach. And then finally, when it comes to coherence and simplification, for instance, I think the report makes a really important recommendation that when you're looking at applying sector-specific rules more broadly, and again, the DSA and some of the points there were mentioned, the compliance of those actors covered by the sector-specific regulation should be considered compliant under the DFA as it comes. So I think that's a really important recommendation. I've probably taken enough time very quickly just on sort of what we could have seen more. Again, Christoph mentioned that in certain circumstances, a more prescriptive approach may be required. Subscriptions was an example, personalization another. And to try and find a balance between principles-based and prescriptive, one of these solutions could be secondary legislation. I think Kai, trying to find him in the room, made a very good case against secondary legislation, the challenges there, the process, but also the fact that, you know, we have a digital rule book, but a lot of the standards are not even there by the time companies need to comply. So I think guidance probably is the best approach at a first instance.
Thanks, Eugene. And yeah, I was looking at the volume of secondary legislation yesterday, and it's kind of 4 to 5 times the amount of primary legislation. So I think you know, we need to think about ways to increase its quality and the scrutiny of it. But it does seem to be a way to balance prescriptive and principles-based laws, which brings me to Dries, because you're obviously at the forefront, the coalface of enforcement when it comes to digital fairness and consumer protection. So really love to hear what you think about the report and whether it gets the balance right between this prescriptive versus principles-based approach.
Yeah, thank you very much, Zach, and good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, depending on how you feel. Thank you to the authors for the production of this very extensive report. And I think there's 2 things that I really, from the outset now, want to highlight. The first one would be something that I particularly like, which is that for the first time, to my knowledge, in our European history, we're having a policy debate on whether we like personalization or not. And I think the report does really well to set out that, you know, there are definitely advantages that consumers can reap. I think providing choice to consumers whether they want to be personalized or not is also a very good proposal. However, I would not do that in an opt-out, but via opt-in would be very different. And I think also we need to make sure, and absolutely sure, which is probably already covered by current legislation, but I think wouldn't harm to have more explicit, if there is indeed that personalization should never abuse vulnerabilities of consumers. And contrary to the report stating that that should not take place in advertising, I would actually advocate that that would go for any commercial practice across the board, whether it's pricing or UX design or whatever. The second one, and I'm trying to be very brief, but this could be made into a very elaborate separate discussion, is the thing I like less, but not because the recommendations in the report on addictive design are not valid, but because I think the topic is actually taken too narrow. So I think we should definitely start to regulate non-economic harms. And I think increasingly we see business models moving forward to not just capitalizing on money, but also on people's time and attention. Our legislation does currently not cover that sufficiently. And I think there's a very strong case to make that, our time is scarce and limited, like our money. We can only spend it once. We have agreement for 20 years that manipulating people into spending money is an unfair commercial practice, but then, manipulating people into spending their time apparently isn't. I think that doesn't make any sense. So, from the ACM, we really feel that we start to look at, what the effects are, the undesirable effects of capitalizing on people's time. And this is where I'm referring to the too narrow. Addiction is one of the more extreme effects of capitalizing on people's time. But there are many others that are also very undesirable and could have health implications, which is absolutely something that we should look to protect consumers from. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's a good time or point on which to move to Tim from Tencent. I'm sorry about getting your affiliation wrong earlier. There's been a few points made already on issues that the report should have covered, or that the DFA should cover, including looking at gaming specifically, addictive patterns. It'd be really great to hear your thoughts on whether taking a really targeted approach to those issues is the right thing, or whether we should keep it to kind of a principles-based and business model neutral type of approach.
Yeah, thank you, Zach, and good morning, everyone. My name is Tim Stock. I work at Tencent, and just wanted to also say a word of thank you to CERRE for organizing this. It's not very common that you have regulators, academics, industry, civil society, lawmakers in the room all discussing very important topics. So well done. Also on the report, appreciate also Christophe's summary. I think it lands on a lot of important things that we're talking about today. I think if you ask us at Tencent, and for those who don't know Tencent, it is a large international technology and entertainment company all about making connections, whether that's through video games or a social messaging app WeChat, or our business users through cloud-based products. But what we thought in the report was very good was the risk-based approach that basically throughout the whole report is really surfaces. And I think if you, for us, video games, as a large video game company in terms of revenue, video games are not social media, right? And I think there's differences there. And even within the industry, if you look at video games, there's different business models, whether it's free-to-play, subscription, or one-off payments purchasing a game. But these all make sure that all of us, and I dare say all of us in this room as well, who play video games at times, right, are able to do so, right? So I think that's important to make that distinction. On the question of what could have been better in the report, I think that does make a reference to the prohibition of loot boxes. So for those who loot boxes are randomized in-game purchases. They are non-mandatory, so it is an option if you want to enrich your game experience. And this has often been a point of contention. But I think if you look at it, it offers, again, to my earlier point, it offers video game players an ability to enjoy the game they are playing. And if you look at in-game purchases, only 95% of those game players actually never make a purchase in-game. So the video game caters to the wishes of a lot of our consumers. And if you go down the road of prohibiting loot boxes or the free-to-play model, or it chips away the free-to-play model, which is not good for a lot of European studios and game developers that rely on this as a business model. And just coming back on Dries's point as well about the time and the spend. I think that's also where the video game sector has taken massive responsibility in making sure throughout the years that there is, whether it's PEGI age ratings, but also parental controls that are able to install at gameplay, making sure that minors have limits, whether it's spending money, whether it's spending hours or minutes, on playing video games. And I think we also, as an industry, need to make sure that that is lands effectively at those guardians and parents. It is ultimately a shared responsibility, and that's what I would like to see.
Thank you. Now, Martin, you have the difficult job at the Commission of not only reading our report, which at 60 pages is, does have a lot of meaty material, but also, as we've heard already today, trying to synthesize a lot of different views from industry, from enforcers, from consumers about how to get the balance right. So it'd be really great to hear your reflections on kind of what you've heard so far.
Yeah. Thank you. Good morning. Yeah, indeed, the Digital Fairness Act is a big undertaking for our DG Justice and Consumers and for our unit in particular. In fact, maybe I can use this occasion to also explain that Digital Fairness Act is not, in fact, the only big project that we have for this year. We are also planning to propose a review of the Consumer Protection Cooperation regulation. In particular, we are moving towards providing the Commission itself with direct enforcement powers in most important cross-border infringements. And in this context, well, maybe you will be interested to know one of the things that we will likely need to do would be to transform some of our EU consumer protection rules, which are currently laid out in directives, into regulations, because this is a precondition, a legal precondition for the Commission to exercise direct enforcement. The Commission can only work on the basis of rules in regulations, not on the basis of directives as transposed into different national laws. So in fact, we are looking here at the Digital Fairness Act, which will be an act filling identified gaps in the consumer protection rules, and there are quite many, as have been mentioned by the speakers. We are looking at a revised consumer protection cooperation regulation, and very likely at a new unfair commercial practices regulation. So it's a big package and big undertaking. We are receiving and we are getting a lot of interest from the stakeholders. Our public consultation last year was quite a success. More than 7,000 respondents reacted to the survey or to the call for evidence, and very many hundreds of position papers from stakeholders. We continued consultations for several months. So surely in this room we have many representatives of organizations that had cooperated, that had given the feedback to our contractor. Many thanks to you for that. Now we are reached the stage of processing this rich data that we have collected. The timetable is in fact rather tight. We need to go to Regulatory Scrutiny Board already on the hearing is on 1st of July. So the timetable is quite tight, even though the adoption is planned by the end of the year. The report that Professor Bush and other co-authors have presented is very valuable. I read it with interest. It touches upon several of major areas that we want to tackle in the Digital Fairness Act. There are many measures assessed, and I would say practically all of them are also on our agenda, and we are looking and evaluating them in the context of our impact assessment. So I wouldn't like to single out one or two specific ones. I would rather maybe turn to the more general recommendations that Professor Bush announced. So meaning that the legislation has to be risk-based and design-based, and that we also should consider the regulation of a wider ecosystem of actors that are involved in this business-to-consumer transactions. So indeed, these are considerations that we are following. The risk-based approach has in fact led to to us acknowledging that many of the provisions in the DFA should have a particular focus on the minors as consumers, because it is the young consumers who are more exposed to risks caused, for example, by different addictive design features. So the rules that we are considering may well be stronger as regards the protection of minors, so they could only address the protection of minors. As regards design-based, we want to move away from just regulating by information requirements. We want to provide for mechanisms for consumers to exercise their rights more easily. So the cancellation button was mentioned in particular. Regarding ecosystem, it is indeed tempting to go beyond merely regulating the traders who are in direct contact, who are directly interacting with the consumers, and to go beyond. In some areas, we have some plans to do it. Of course, there are certain limitations. First, traditionally, EU consumer law has always been about business to consumer. And also, when we speak with some authorities, the questions have been raised about how enforcement could take place nationally in the context of business operators who do not have this direct interaction with the consumers, but who are providing services to other businesses who then use those services for targeting consumers. Also, if we speak about the platforms, intermediaries, one of the guiding principles for our work is that we do not duplicate what has been decided in the Digital Services Act, so we are not reopening directly or indirectly the rules that have been decided, especially for intermediaries. Of course, intermediaries are also traders. They are acting themselves. They are advertising, selling towards consumers, so they are fully subject to our requirements. So thank you. That's all I want to say briefly.
Thank you so much. Amelia, hopefully you can see and hear us okay. We're very, very sorry that you are not able to be with us in person, not least because you would have added some important diversity to all of us on stage. But really grateful that we can give you the right of reply, because you've obviously heard some compliments and maybe some constructive ideas for the report. So it'd be really great to get your reactions. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Zach. Yes. So first of all, we absolutely couldn't cover everything, or the report would have been huge. We do, though, and going to Urs's comment, we do talk about video games, but only the addictive design aspects of video games. But that is discussed in there. I think that most of the comments are well taken. I would just add a couple of things about the addictive design section, which I was the author of, and a couple of points that came out there. One was that although minors raise the biggest issues around addictive design, we were keen that we didn't only focus our attention on minors in the addictive design section. And we do think it's really important that addictive design is addressed for adults too, and particularly for younger adults, because just because you hit 18 doesn't mean that kind of magically you are resistant to all of the addictive design features that people are worried about. Another point that we were very keen to do, which goes to the risk-based but maybe hasn't been pulled out enough, and this is a general point, is about making sure that the regulation is future-proof. And therefore, one of the concerns in the addictive design features is we've all got very concerned about things like pull to refresh, infinite scroll, various gamification measures. But actually, if we specifically try and do things about those specific design features, there'll be new ones coming along. So it's really important that we design the regulation in a way that isn't specific to the current specific addictive design features we're seeing today, but that facilitates addressing any new ones that come along. And the third point was actually that even for minors, but particularly for adults in this area, having enhanced controls is the real key. So not banning things. I mean, there may be some potential to ban certain things in certain circumstances on a risk-based basis. However, for the most part, actually, we thought that there wasn't enough controls to actually allow people to switch off things that they were finding were leading them into rabbit holes or to spend too much time online. Or to generally control the overall amount of time or spending that they were doing online. So it was very much in that control space, and we thought that was quite different actually to standard consumer law, which is very much about providing prohibitions on suppliers. This would be to enable us as consumers and as citizens to control what we do ourselves more effectively. And I thought that was quite a new thing that hasn't maybe been pulled out enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Amelia. We've got just a few minutes left, but I'd really like to hear whether there's any questions from the floor. If you just raise your hand, someone will come over to you with a microphone. Okay, we've got a few in the back.
Hi, Caroline de Kock from the Lisbon Council. So in terms of the scope of consumers and the issue of subscriptions, I just wanted to raise that one of the stakeholders that kind of is lost in the middle of all the legislation of EU are cultural heritage institutions, and that covers libraries and also educational institutions. And when I say they're caught in the middle, is they're not really covered by consumer law, but they're not really covered by competition law when they have issues. And they are the people that face issues in terms of subscriptions when it comes to the collections that are in libraries. They are dependent on getting subscriptions from publishers that are quite powerful people. And with them, the problem is not getting out of the subscriptions. With them, the problem is keeping the subscriptions and keeping them at a fair price and keeping them in terms of what they want to subscribe to in terms of content. Because I don't know if you're aware of it, but your library no longer owns content. That was in the days of analog books, they did. They were on the shelves and they had control over them. Now they rely on subscriptions. They are a middleman between a publisher and people coming to the libraries. And that creates quite a few bottlenecks and quite a few abuses. And I know some libraries have tried to get it on the Digital Fairness Act agenda by saying, hi guys, we're consumers too, to a certain extent, and we're not being treated fairly. And I would encourage you in the report and the follow-ups to maybe look at those things too. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there was one other question at the back as well. Please, yeah.
Okay, I don't want to take the floor as if I was a speaker, but yeah, from a digital rights standpoint, which are also fundamental rights, something that we have realized is that, responsibility doesn't work. Asking people to ask responsibly on the internet because of how the design is structured and the architecture of choice is actually, aimed at exploiting the time, not just the money, but also the vulnerabilities. So when we realize that this is happening, then we have two options, right? Which is, either more controlled choices or banning. But when it comes to the control for the users and for the consumers, what we realize is that it's also about design, and dark patterns or disruptive design is also a huge part of that, right? There's people who, no matter how easy the control is or how easy companies and traders are saying that the control is, it's impossible for them to actually exert that control, and this is why there might be a need for banning or limiting the use of some of these features. So yeah, I would really like you to weigh on that, because I think it's good to speak about control, and I'm all for privacy signals, but control also has to be designed and has to be easy and simplified for the consumer and for the companies, if I may.
Thank you. Just a reminder, if you're on Zoom, you can feel free to ask a question in the Q&A, and it will make its way to me, so please feel free to do that. Were there any other questions to take here? Just one in the back there.
Thank you so much, Vanessa De Palma from MNEMPA. I just wanted to ask all speakers, how do you see the interplay between the DFA and other pieces of legislation, either already tabled or upcoming? I'm referring, for example, to the digital omnibus that, if approved as proposed, would centralize consent requests at browser level, but also the upcoming ongoing digital fitness check that might even, in a way, rewrite the DSA. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think that's it, but please do raise your hand if there's anything, any other question anyone wants to raise. Peter, there's a microphone coming to you, so.
Thank you. Just a small observation in light of the fact that it's come up on a number of occasions. We've got this dilemma between European Union pushing for more and more regulations rather than directives because of the direct effect and so forth. On the other hand, we've got the democratic deficit of too much secondary legislation without going through the appropriate democratic checks and balances. One of the biggest problems I find as a lawyer over the last, say, 5 or 6 years has been the tendency of overuse of the regulation. And I understand why, but the problem with the regulation is it's supposed to be of direct effect because it's absolutely crystal clear as of the day of its implementation. But if you are talking about general principles, it's never clear because it's applied in the future. Therefore, a lot of this general principle stuff in the form of a regulation is a real problem because it is implemented at the national level, and that's a directive, and that's for national courts. And I think we're getting ourselves into a bind here, and we need to be wary of it. Because some of this stuff might just be knocked out in the future because judges in the European courts just think it's unclear how it's going to apply in practice.
Thank you. Yeah, as you say, I think this is a big problem with the whole actification of the rulebook. I'm just wondering if, Christoph, you would like to kind of comment on anything that has been kind of raised in the panel so far, maybe to supplement what Emilia has said.
Maybe if I may add two very brief points. One is enforcement. We haven't talked so much about enforcement. And sometimes you hear the EU should rather focus on the enforcement of the existing rules. But I think also in the context of the DFA, it is very important that we think about enforcement from day one. We might call this enforceability by design. So the rules should be drafted in a way that they can be enforced easily and effectively, and that's important, vis-à-vis all actors on the market, regardless where they are based or so. So I think that's a very important task when drafting the DFA, that enforcement is on the mind of the drafters. First point. Second point, I think there is a very strong EU single market angle or dimension to the DFA. And we've heard in the keynote address at the beginning that trust is very important for the market to function. And I think the Digital Fairness Act can be an instrument to facilitate trust of consumers if it's well drafted. And I think it's not so much a question whether there will be rules or whether there will not be rules. I think the question is whether there will be rules at member state level or at EU level. We're seeing member states pushing in this direction. We see rules on influencers in France. We see rules on digital contracts in Germany, France, most recently in Spain. So things are happening, and I would rather prefer to have horizontal rules at an EU level. That will facilitate the EU single market. So I think that is also a very important dimension of the DFA.
Thank you. And I think to give all credit to the Commission, often you see these proposals that do not allow opt-outs or gold plating, but as the legislative process continues, they find their way into the text. But I think that's very much a responsibility for the Council and to some extent MEPs to address. we have just a minute or two left for each panelist to maybe make some final remarks. There's obviously been a lot of questions. I don't expect you to answer all of them, but maybe just those that seem most pertinent. And if you can keep it quite short, that'd be really helpful.
Thanks a lot for the great questions. Many questions I would like to comment on, but I focus on one point: enforcement. I'm glad that this was mentioned. The Digital Fairness Fitness Check report found that enforcement of consumer law is insufficient. And thus, many argue that all the problems that have been identified in the Fitness Check report could be solved by simply improving enforcement. But that won't work. Because although we fully agree that we need to improve enforcement, and we are grateful to hear that the Commission is now preparing a version of the CPC regulation, solely focusing on improving enforcement will not be enough. Why? Because enforcement can only be as good as the quality of the law that should be enforced. And that's the key finding of the Fitness Check report. The law is unclear. The UCPD, the Unfair Commercial Practice Directive, as one of the key instruments of consumer law, is 20 years old. It is outdated. It urgently needs to be updated in view of the realities of the digital market nowadays to make things clearer. Because if we don't clarify what's in the law, this will have a chilling impact on enforcement. People will not try to enforce their right because they don't know whether they will succeed or not. So we need to do both. We need the DFA to update consumer law, and we need to revise the CPC regulation to make enforcement effective. Thank you so much.
Leonard.
Yeah, 2 points. Maybe 1 point on, and we discussed about, I think, in the context of the addictive design discussion and sort of feature-specific logic. I think what I want to stress is that, and I think most of us here in the room are aware of that, not all time that is spent online is the same. So there's difference whether I spend time online on communicating with my friends versus just spending time on passively consuming feeds of content. I think that is important. So I think what I want to say is I think service design context matters. I think this also became clear in the report, and also the context in which specific features are deployed matters. And I think there is a lot of academic literature that really points to the the different effects that use patterns of certain services have on users, and then I just want us to keep this in mind when further discussing issues like addictive design. I think that is very important. And the second aspect, just briefly, I think it's encouraging to, especially also to listen to Martin, and I think there's a strong commitment in avoiding overlap and just focusing on coherence. And I really hope that that we all stick to that, despite the huge political pressure these days, and it's coming from all directions. And I think there is a perceived ineffectiveness of the existing framework. I think we need to be honest here. This is also what's driving concerns in the area of minors protection, minimum age restrictions, etc. So I think just sort of better market the existing framework, I think, is one thing, and then just continue to focusing on enforcement.
Thanks, Leonard. Eugene, any last advice for the Commission as it kind of takes on its task of drafting this up?
I'll try and be brief. No, I think enforceability is key, and I think Peter and Christoph and Atassa also made a number of important points there. I think in the context of better regulation, as we approach the CPC regulation, I do think it is important to consider the centralised authority, a centralised enforcement strategy, and coordination between different authorities. And I think it would be helpful. I mean, you've mentioned that the Regulatory Scrutiny Board process will be in July. I think the CPC regulation was reviewed and the report was 2022, maybe, if I'm wrong. So I think it would be helpful for stakeholders to be able to weigh into what that enforcement framework should look like, as well as the implications for a regulation. And I think Peter has made that point there. So I think it would be really interesting to discuss those points in more detail before we look at an enforceability mechanism for the DFA. And maybe just finally, to Urs's point on the having rules that are specific enough to be enforced, but at the same time flexible. And when it comes to what we're terming here addictive design patterns, I think it is important to have a clear definition, which also doesn't make a judgment. So the report lands on persuasive design features in predominantly engagement, borrowing the language from the DSA. And I think this is a good example of how we can actually define the underlying problem, not just focus on certain features. And I think it is very clear that certain features that have positives, have negatives potentially, and then we need to actually look at what the underlying issue is. And I think CERRE makes a really good contribution to that discussion.
Thanks, Eugene. Dries, any final perspective from a kind of a regulatory angle?
Yeah, thank you very much, Zach. Just quickly, 2 points I wanted to reflect upon. One was the gentleman here in the middle mentioned that principle-based legislation doesn't work. I am the biggest fan of the system that we currently have in the European Union, which is a mixed system of principle and rule-based legislation. I think it's beautiful because the rule-based part makes sure that you get the clarity that you want. The principle-based part makes sure that it's future-proof. So we're doing both at the same time. And yes, we need to update the system. We can introduce new rule-based prohibitions that we know now should be there, and that's definitely, I agree with Urs, very badly needed. But we should not throw away the principle-based approach, and that's also where I'm going to push back against the resistance, although I do understand the reason why, but the use of secondary legislation. Secondary legislation can be adopted and changed much more quickly than primary legislation, also in order to stay future-proof, which benefits both businesses as well as consumers. So I definitely see a role there for secondary legislation. And my final point is going to be, when drafting the DSA, let's please bear in mind that none of us here in the room are rational consumers. We have a vast body of empirical evidence to suggest that we make decisions not based on all the information that we have and not always in our best interests. Certainly not minors. I mentioned the opt-out or the opt-in instead of the opt-out rule. I think someone in the back of the room mentioned something about, to what degree can we rely on people making the right choices when it comes to design. And they want to turn off or on. Parental controls in gaming is another issue. I think there's all across the board some very, very serious discussions that we need to have on what we can expect from people in reality. Thank you.
Thank you, and over to you, Tim.
Thanks, Zach. Just want to quickly pick up on 3 things. So Amelia mentioned the enhanced controls. The point I made earlier, parental controls in video games are actually quite good, right? And they're not the silver bullet, I admit, but they do allow a player or younger minors, when they play video games for their parents, to send or set time limits, set spending limits, to set who they can and cannot chat with. And I think it also really helps for parents or guardians to actually play with their kids, right? I would recommend all of you in the room also to spend a couple of minutes a day just playing with their kids. It's actually quite fun. And the second point about, or the question in the back on how the relationship with other pieces of legislation. We would argue, I think, an harmonized EU Act obviously benefits all game developers, game publishers, because you have one set of rules as opposed to 28 fragmented. And I think that also in relationship to the last point I want to make, one thing that obviously the Commission has been saying a lot, and we're glad to hear, is the competitiveness angle in all of this, right? And European competitiveness is being pushed as an agenda, which I think is personally is a very good thing. I think coming back to the video game sector as well, it is a proud industry that of game developers, of publishers that create wonderful products that are enjoyed by about half of the population in Europe. So it is something that we should also be proud of. And I think the Dutch Games Association also wrote a good letter, and hopefully it arrived at the Berlaymont to talk about prohibiting some things around virtual in-game currencies, which would be very much to the detriment of those developers, of having them be able to develop those games. So the competitiveness angle, I think, is also something that we should definitely not overlook.
Thank you. Martin, if you just have a minute or two to just wrap up the conversation. You've obviously got a lot to respond to, but maybe just letting us know kind of where the Commission is heading from here would be helpful.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I certainly fully agree with all the speakers who said that the enforcement of consumer protection rules is a key consideration, and it is indeed one of the main drivers for our work on the DFA. We want to introduce in EU consumer protection framework more concrete rules which are addressing the current most important problems. At the same time, we will, of course, keep our core provisions, which are principle-based, because indeed this is a buffer that enables us also to tackle problems which we are not even aware about at this given moment. And it's also important considering how long it takes for the decision-making process at the EU level to be completed. So we need to introduce rules which on the one hand, pass a clear message to the traders about what behaviors are prohibited. So we may go for specific prohibitions of concrete types of dark patterns, so interface design features, from which the traders will be required to refrain. And we expect that such clear message will also result in high level of voluntary compliance, which means that our consumer protection enforcement authorities will be able to dedicate their limited resources to tackling those who are persistent and who do not want to comply. But in a situation where 90 or over 90% of traders, as some of our surveys have concluded, have practices which are questionable, which may constitute dark patterns, we cannot envisage that simply continuing to enforce on the basis of current principle-based rules, we can solve the problem. We need to give stronger and clearer guidance to the market. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martin, and thank you to all of our panelists. Please give them a warm round of thanks. I'm very, very happy to welcome now to the stage Isabel Perignon, who's Director of Consumers in DG Just in the European Commission, to have a fireside chat with Anupriya Datta, who's a tech reporter at Euractiv. So if we can bring them onto the stage.
Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone, depending on what you think. Welcome to the fireside chat on It's a Consumer Stupid. I'm joined with Isabel Perignon, who's in charge of ensuring consumers like us are safe in the EU. And of course, we have a challenge of having a panel just before lunchtime, so we have to keep it very exciting and engaging. So just to kick things off, of course, we know that the Digital Fairness Act now is in the pipeline. Commissioner McGrath has indicated it should be expected somewhat around December or at the end of the year. Maybe you could provide some color on where things stand at the moment, where the Commission is.
Yeah, no, thank you, and thank you very much for your invitation today. 2026 is quite exciting for us because we see indeed that despite, the geopolitical unstable environment, we have a very clear line of where we want to go in terms of consumer policy, which means that we really want to tackle really the problem of e-commerce search. With the amount of non-conformity products that don't respect IP rights, products that are unsafe, and that flow and that arrive every day on the EU territory. And we're talking now about 15 million parcels every day. So last time I came here to speak, it was 12 million. It was a couple of months ago. And now we're talking about 15 million parcels every day. And in that perspective, I mean, what we want to do is really to achieve and prepare, I mean, a very strong competitiveness, with a competitiveness angle to prepare our European companies to face these challenges, and at the same time to ensure, of course, a strong trust for the consumers, because they're the ones who buy from our companies, and to make sure that we propose, and that's the objective indeed of Commissioner Margrethe, two major legislative reforms this year, which is by the end of the year presenting the Digital Fairness Act and the reform of the CPC network. But the objective and the primary objective is really this: tackle the surge of products and dangerous products which come to the EU territory every day, protect also, I mean, the most vulnerable persons from that, and especially the minors, and make sure that we have robust protection and that we allow and give this protection to our European consumers.
Just also picking up a bit on the previous speaker from the Commission, your colleague, he provided us with a bit of a teaser that the DFA could also see certain consumer protection rules to be regulations. So what's the Commission's thinking behind it? And would the DFA then be a regulation or a directive? That's the, let's say, a big question as well. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's good that Martin was giving a teaser, because I was speaking at the Parliament this morning in the IMCO committee. And the objective for us is to be efficient. So if we want to have really strong rules that are enforceable, if we want to help, you know, the business and make sure that they understand in a uniform manner what our rules are, it's important that these rules are very clear. And it's also important to give clarity to the national consumer authorities. This morning, I was speaking, the Dutch authorities were presented, the Czech representative was there, and they were telling us that it's very difficult when you have, you know, different rules to make them enforceable, and that indeed, that's the objective, and that's where we want to go, is to have stronger and, if possible, indeed, a regulation that could be the basis to give the Commission additional enforcement powers, especially in the field of the CPC reform of the regulation.
So, just in terms of picking up on this enforcement angle as well, like, can we expect a sort of DSA-style enforcement from the Commission when it comes to online consumer protection rules? So what's exactly the idea behind the changing of the enforcement mechanism?
Yeah, so of course, I mean, the discussion now is at our level, I mean, at technical level, and we will see what will be the decision of our political masters. But the idea behind is that we stop with an existing system that, despite, and I see representatives from the national authorities, despite the goodwill of the national authorities and the Commission being very active in coordinating these actions, we go to a system where we are very much stronger, that we have deadlines that we are imposing, we have, you know, stronger teeth, which means fines with really higher level, that we can also take actions like interim measures, that we can also have actions like delisting some platforms whenever they don't respect the rules that we have on unfair commercial practices. And that's the way where we want to go. And of course, the models that exist already on the table is a DSA, but you have also different models. You have the I mean, I'm coming from the competition environment. I mean, I used to work in the field of competition and antitrust, and I can tell you that there are a lot of parallel in investigation under and to fight against an abuse of dominant position or cartel, and what we want to do now. And the objective is really to see what are the existing systems that exist now, use the best practices that we see, and make sure that what we'll propose will answer the weaknesses that we see today. And in that perspective, it's also important that we, in our proposal, we make sure that we have a clear legal basis to make sure that we have an exchange of evidence between these different procedures, that we have a full coordination between the different ongoing procedures, and that legally speaking, there's a possibility to work in a more coordinated manner at the level of the Commission, but also towards the national authorities. So both vertical and also horizontal. So that's where we want to go, and I think it's in the benefit, again, of both the consumers, but also the companies who will understand a bit better how it functions, and also makes life easier of the national authorities today.
Okay, that's a bit interesting, because until last year, the enforcement question was a bit vague, and for a lack of better word, the Commission was a bit timid to have too much enforcement power on consumer protection, because it's more of a national level thing. So would you say that now all options are on the table? Is that what you're thinking? And what caused that change in tone?
All options are on the table, indeed, and we will see again what will be the decision at a political level. But the game changer here is clearly two things. First, again, all the problems that we see with platforms where you see the products sold on the e-commerce, some marketplaces where we see that the products are not conformity, where you see that the products are dangerous, and all the massive inflow to Europe. So that's the game changer. Second point is also that we are very aware that there are many issues concerning the protection of minors. Mm-hmm. And that's, you know, and you heard that the President, Ursula von der Leyen, made it clear that she had this expert group, expert panel on how to protect better the minors. And we think that through the DFA and through the reform of the CPC, we can really address these two challenges. So that's the reason why now, indeed, we have different options on the table. Personally, I really push, and I hope that we will have, you know, stronger enforcement powers above a certain threshold to help the national authorities. And this morning, again, I was happy to hear that we have a strong call from both the business on the reform of the CPC, but we have also a call from the national authorities. Because in the reform of the CPC, we want to tackle two things. So first, improve the current system of, you know, the coordination facilitated by the Commission, but also make sure that for the direct enforcement powers, similar to the ones existing, for example, in competition policy, then the Commission again works hand in hand with the national authorities. So it's not just us doing things, you know, out of Brussels, but really doing this in a cooperative manner to help to be more efficient, because we see that on the field it's very difficult for them to do and to be super efficient today with the existing system.
Interesting. Of course, I have probably like 10 more questions, but that's an occupational hazard. But maybe if we can take one question from the audience, I'll just check before we continue the discussion. Just in the front.
No, I have just one question. Thank you very much for being so clear and so frank, because it's not always the case. But on this you are coming from antitrust, and you know that there is no discussion on antitrust at the Parliament, whether the Commission is sufficiently independent to exert its antitrust power, and we have the same discussion around the DMA, the DSA, and so on. So my question is this: I mean, if there is indeed more enforcement power at the European level, should it be exercised by the European Commission, which is more and more geopolitical, as we know, or should it be exercised by a kind of agency and so on? Because I have more and more concern that the Commission gain more and more regulatory power, said in a broad sense, and at the same time become more and more geopolitical.
Yeah, so two points here. First, I'm not talking about getting more regulatory powers. I mean, I'm talking of being more efficient in a very concrete case, which is really the reform of the CPC. So the system of enforcement today, whereby we will give, if there's a decision by the political level, the powers to our team of experts investigating specific cases which are really of higher, higher level concerning a large majority, of course, of the member states, etc. And there, what is important is that you equip the Commission with full powers for that, because otherwise, I mean, there's no more deterrent effect. If you want really to ensure a level playing field in the European Union, you need really to make sure that we are fully equipped and that we have, both in the level of the sanctions and the fines we can impose, but also the types of sanctions that we can impose, we are fully equipped. And therefore, we want indeed to make sure that we have this independence, and I'm aware of the discussions that you have for antitrust. And second, what is important is that we do this in full coordination with the national authorities, and that's a system that we have in competition law as well. I mean, you have this system and this network of national competition authorities working together, pursuing the same objective with the Commission for the big cases. So that's the direction where we want to go, again, to make sure that we have a strong level playing field in Europe.
Okay, perfect. Maybe changing the topic a bit. I'm sure there are more questions on enforcement on the topic of kids. So we've seen many countries now announcing an intention to ban social media, or are already proposing legislation around it. So I think at this moment, it's easier to count the countries that won't do it versus the countries that would. So I just wanted to know a bit on what the Commission is thinking. Of course, there's this panel that the Commission President has asked to set up, but also not just on social media bans, but also on addictive designs, which is a DFA matter. So what is the Commission thinking around this? And would there be a social media ban at an EU level?
So no breaking news today, because we are still analyzing this, but it's a very hot and important topic on the agenda. So clearly, you heard the President. She announced the fact that there will be this expert panel. It's something that we're really following closely with my team, because we want to make sure that first, we see what will be the impact on all the different types of legislation, because you have, indeed, with the social media, you have the aspects of addiction under the video games, you have the aspect of cyberbullying, and so there are many different aspects on the protection of minors. And then comes the question of where and how can we address that? So that's really something that we are discussing now with several departments of the Commission. We will have to come back here to give you the breaking news, But for the moment, I mean, it's typically top priority, but we are analyzing the different aspects,
But could the DFA address this matter effectively? Like, could it say or have wording on having a certain limit or ban on social media? Is that the right place to do it?
That's something we are analyzing with my team, because there are different options now. I mean, we have different legal instruments, as you know, in the European Union. We're looking at some aspects, through the angle of the teenager, the kid, as a consumer. So that's within the scope then of the Digital Fairness Act. But where and how is really something that all options are on the table now. So I cannot tell you now.
But TBC, to be seen. Yeah. Okay. Maybe just on the minors topic, but also on the recent DSA judgment on TikTok's addictive design features. And it was really interesting because in my non-legal reading, it meant that the way TikTok has addiction, let's say, as part of its business model is somewhat not legal under EU rules. What does that mean for like other platforms, non-VLOPs, and what are you thinking now, at least under the DFA, looking at that judgment as well?
Yeah, so I will not obviously comment on ongoing investigation. I mean, it's not, the thing is that we do here. The point is that, as mentioned before by Martin, working on the Digital Fairness Act, we're looking at different elements for the DFA. So the dark patterns, the addictive designs, personalized advertising, the issues of prices, etc. And all of them potentially, indeed, have an aspect on all types of consumers, and especially we're thinking of the most vulnerable ones, and the persons with disabilities, the persons also having more difficulties, we know, when buying online, but also the minors. So it's true that for the moment, there are different, tracks and different ways to look at this issue, but on the specific investigation, I cannot comment.
But again, we'll see more on addictive design features under the DFA, at least that we know for certain. But would it, like, when it comes to digital addiction, like, do you find it to be only specific to minors, or is it something you would look at for consumers at large? Because, you know, everyone's addicted to their phones. It's not just kids, but old people specifically as well.
Yeah, I could see several of you on their phones now. So indeed, I mean, addiction is not only, of course, for a phenomenon for minors, but it's particularly important for minors, given some studies that we saw an impact on the illness, on the impact of the instability. There are interesting, really, researchers and professors really deep diving on this issue, on what is really the impact on addiction when you're 15 or you are 17, and how far it can really create afterwards addiction for the rest of your life. So that's why the focus is particularly on this type of, on this typical period of age, I mean this age. But of course, I mean, we can and we will study, I mean, all the impacts in general, but I see more worries, things coming from the studies we see on this specific range of age. Yeah.
Okay. I have a final question. If the DFA came out tomorrow, let's say, hopefully not, please. What would be the top 3 things you would like to put inside that law? Like your wish list?
My wish list. So first, very strong focus on simplification of rules. I think it's a unique opportunity that we have now to see, with all the existing rules existing now, what we can, abrogate, what we can improve, what we can clarify, because it's not often that the Commission has still the possibility to come up with new legislation. So I think it's really the moment to do that, where we can really have this harmonization. Second, a strong protection of minors angle, because for me, again, also being a mother of 3 kids, I think I have a particular approach to the fact that these addictions start really at a young age, and that we need to protect really our society as a whole to fight for that. And third, I really think that with the DFA we can give and the possibility to finally, modernize the consumer acquis that we had. Indeed, it was indicated in a previous panel that it exists for a certain amount of years, and we see new phenomena coming. I see Professor Bush here, who come regularly to see me and say, "What about agentic commerce and AI agents?" That's typically the new phenomenon that we had not foreseen a few years ago, and that we need now to address, because we think that it's really the moment where we can update the rules that are existing in Europe.
Which also keeps people like us busy. Maybe like before everyone goes for lunch, if there are any questions in the room, we could take them as well. But I understand everyone's a bit hungry and annoyed at us now and wants us to wrap it up, but maybe if there are any. You were very clear, Isabel. Thank you so much for your time. Yeah, thanks a lot. And we'll hopefully continue to engage on this. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Isabel. Thank you, Anupriya, for that wonderful kind of tour de force of consumer law. You have reached kind of the first hurdle in this marathon of today, which is the end of the consumer law session. Please come back after lunch. We'll be covering the Digital Markets Act and digital competition. We'll be coming back at 1:45. That's Brussels time for those of you who are joining online and not here. And if you can follow the CERRE staff who will lead you outside the room and downstairs for lunch, and we'll see you back here at 1:45. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome back, and welcome to part 2 of today's marathon conference, where we're turning from digital consumer protection to digital competition, and in particular the Digital Markets Act, where the Commission is currently in the process of undergoing a review of the implementation of the law, which is going to be raising questions around enforcement and potential future changes. And again, this is an area where we at CERRE are absolutely dedicated to contributing to the public discussion. We've got 2 papers that we will be discussing in this upcoming section, which deal with different aspects of this review. The first is on horizontal interoperability, which is the way that instant messaging services or potentially social networks will be able to talk to each other. And we've got a paper that has been published by Jan Kramer and Mark Roll, which covers that topic. And the second is on how the Commission should go about this task of assessing and potentially improving, hopefully improving, the DMA's impacts, which has been written by Richard Feasey, Giorgio Monti, and Alexandra Destriel. So I'm going to turn now to some short presentations by academics on each of these papers. We'll turn firstly to Richard, who will be talking about assessing and improving the DMA impacts. Over to you, Richard.
So, thanks, Zach. So as Zach says, I'm going to talk briefly about the paper we wrote, which you all have access to now, on assessing the impact of the DMA and how to think about that, written in conjunction with Alex and Giorgio. As you all know, the DMA in Article 53 has a sort of rather general requirement for the Commission to periodically assess the impact of the DMA. And it draws a distinction between in the DMA, obviously, between assessing the impact and assessing compliance with, and I'll perhaps come back to that. The Commission needs to do that by May of this year as their first review, and then there's a sort of cycle every 3 years. So it's within that context that we are making some suggestions about how the Commission, in the longer term, I think it's too late now for the first May review process, how in the longer term it might think about this in more detail. As I say, the DMA itself the article doesn't really give very much guidance, but in our view it's important that the Commission is, and everybody else is clear about what is the purpose of the review. It sounds very nice, thinking about the impact, but what are we actually trying to achieve and inform by doing this? And then, in addition, obviously, how do we go about, in practical terms, about undertaking that task? We're starting, we think, with a pretty blank sheet of paper. So there's lots of sort of anecdotal, we would describe it as evidence at the moment. If you ask gatekeepers to self-assess their compliance, as they're required to do every year, then obviously you get some information selectively from the gatekeepers as to their views on impact. But as I'll come back to at the moment, there's no kind of standardized format or mandated requirements in terms of how they present that sort of information. And then outside of that, we are still, and we recognize this very explicitly in the paper, in the compliance, the early stages, or perhaps the middle now, of the initial sort of compliance process. And you have to get a certain way along that path, really, before it makes sense for people to start thinking about assessing impact. So there's not a lot of information, we think. There are a number of studies with very large numbers and very large ranges, but by and large, there's not very much useful information, certainly in the public domain at the moment, that we might use. Fortunately, we have some time, so again, our eyes are very much set on 3 years hence being well placed and in the position to do a more comprehensive impact assessment at that point. And it takes time for a couple of reasons. One, as I said, is this iterative process of compliance. We don't all just get there at one point in time. Sarah said this now for many years, and it's, I think, now apparent to everyone that we're on a process here. And secondly, even if you get to a certain point in terms of the gatekeeper's conduct, the reactions of end users and of business users to changes in gatekeeper behavior or other actions that the gatekeeper take, the impact of those reactions in itself takes time to filter through. So there are a lot of sort of inherited behaviors and default effects in the way that particularly end users engage with digital markets at the moment, which when they're presented with new opportunities and new choices, actually take time for end users to change their learned behaviors, which we've all developed over the last 15, 20 years or so. So observing the impacts and understanding the impacts of compliance and actions that gatekeepers take is something also that's going to take time. Now, having said that, we do not, there is a view, just to be clear, that says, well, we should wait until we get to some sort of end state of compliance before we can start talking about impact. We don't see it like that. We see this as an interdependent relationship. We can get on with thinking and understanding the impacts, even if we're not at some end state of full compliance, were we to ever, in fact, arrive at that destination. So the first thing and the first recommendation we make is, because we don't have any data, meaningful data in the public domain really to enable us to embark on this exercise, is that we have to make that happen. For very understandable reasons, neither gatekeepers nor actually business users nor anybody else has incentives to volunteer the data that you need. They will volunteer data that's clearly helpful to whatever case they intend to make. But we need some kind of mandatory obligations, reporting obligations, to be put in place, which don't exist at the moment. And we've written another paper on output indicators that some of you will no doubt be familiar, which talks in more detail about what data ought to be required, primarily from the gatekeepers, because by virtue of their market position and their gatekeeper position, they have a visibility across of the consequences and impact of their actions that really no other firm is going to have, but potentially also from other data sources, from business users and others, to populate a framework. Now, the final point on this is no one knows in advance what the outcome or what conclusions you will draw from this kind of evidence-based, data-driven impact assessment. So it creates risks for the Commission, because the answer may be, or the conclusions may be, some of the measures that have been taken don't actually yield substantive benefits or actually may produce significant harms. But also clearly for gatekeepers and for other market participants. But it sort of requires a collective commitment at the beginning of the process that we will be judged by the data. There's no point collecting data if you don't know what sort of framework you're going to organize it within. So the next part of the paper is a very much a first cut, I would say, of the sorts of headings and the sorts of areas that you would look at in devising a framework to assess both the benefits and the costs, so the positives and the negatives. And we see this very much not in terms of the DMA as some sort of generic overall undertaking, but very specific to specific obligations as applied to particular specific core platform services. Okay, so it's very granular. It's not high-level numbers of billions of euros of R&D or whatever it may be. It's for this specific measure, applied to this specific core platform service, how do we think about the costs and the benefits? And you can read this for yourself, and they're explained in the paper given time, but clearly on the benefit side there are competition effects, both in terms of the related markets that depend on the core platform service, and in terms of direct competitors, potentially at least, with the gatekeeper, competing with the gatekeeper themselves. There are transaction savings, cost savings, in terms of switching costs, in terms of consumers' terms of trade, if you like, end users' terms of trade with the gatekeepers and privacy. On the cost side, we've seen a lot of emphasis so far on gatekeeper compliance costs. That's a relevant consideration. It's difficult. We need to distinguish between, as it were, legitimately incurred costs and costs that might be incurred for particular commercial or strategic purposes that are not strictly necessary for compliance. There are innovation losses potentially if services are delayed in terms of introduction into the European market or not developed at all. There are differentiation quality effects. I'll come back to differentiation in a second. There are consequences for business users having to engage in a more potentially competitive but also fragmented market, potentially with different standards, and so on. So this framework needs developing, but the Commission has, we think, 3 years essentially to build out a proper analytical framework to work out the data required to populate it, with consultation with the affected, interested parties. So everybody commits to some kind of framework that allows you to, in a quantitative way, begin to really understand the impact of the DMA. Last slide. So some of this work arose in the context of discussions with various gatekeepers and also business users and others. And this slide really is a number of other sort of related points that arose, particularly around thinking about implementation of the DMA going forward. So one issue here is where you have, for example, core platform services that are competing with each other. You may have, and clearly the example we have in mind here is mobile operating systems at the moment. You may have different groups of customers, different groups of end users at the moment, hosted on different platforms. Okay, so it's a dangerous assumption when thinking about the impact or measuring the impact of the DMA to assume that customers are evenly distributed and customer preferences are the same across different platforms. And the reason why that matters is because the impact of the DMA and the measures that, even if two gatekeepers take the same measures, if they have differentiated customers, different groups of customers who respond to those measures in different ways, you will see different impacts. So in earlier writings, I in particular, but others had thought, benchmarking between gatekeepers running the same CPS is a way of thinking about compliance. Doesn't mean that you assume that they have to be the same, but it's a way of at least getting some kind of benchmarks in this whole exercise. But actually, because of this heterogeneity of users on the different platforms, we now think that sort of benchmarking process needs to be approached with caution. As a more general point, we also think just this differentiation in products and services is a valuable feature of markets that are responsive to this differentiation of end user preferences. So we need to be careful when we're thinking about intervening in markets to try and preserve that if we can. Next point is everybody complains about uncertainty in terms of the measures to be taken. Our view is we're in a sort of funnel where there's a higher degree of uncertainty at the outset, but that we ought to, and the Commission through comfort letters and various other delegated acts and so on, ought to be providing increased certainty over time and that should be a particular objective of the Commission. So we understand why there was a high degree of uncertainty at the outset, but that should diminish over time. And then lastly, we've got, and again, in the interest of time, it's in the paper, there are internal tensions between various obligations in the DMA, which means that compliance by a gatekeeper measures that are taken are often pulling in opposite directions. And that's unhelpful. You really want all the measures to be pointing at the same objective, at the same model of competition, for example. So over time and with experience, the Commission needs to sort out these inconsistencies. If you do all of that, last point, and you apply a framework that allows you to understand impacts, you can begin to take a more surgical approach to which bits of the DMA are working and where benefits clearly outweigh costs, which bits may not be working as anticipated or at all, and filter and prioritize accordingly so that we end up with a more proportionate, less kind of one-size-fits-all approach to the implementation of the DMA. Thanks.
Thanks, Richard. I'll now invite Michael Rowe to come on stage and talk to us about his paper on horizontal interoperability.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you, Zach. Good afternoon, everyone. No, I think it's the afternoon. Okay, so this is an issue paper that is jointly written with my colleague Jan Kremer from CERRE, and it deals with the opportunity to extend the interoperability obligation that exists in the DMA for messaging services to social networks. So this is in the context of the review of the DMA, where there is this question that has been that has arisen about whether there should be an extension of interoperability obligation that is in Article 7 of the DMA for messaging services to social networks. And in this issue paper, we investigate this question using the following approach. So we analyze the opportunity to make this extension in light of the experience that we've had so far with interoperability of messaging services that is already being implemented, and our previous research at CERRE with Jan to assess what could be the potential benefits and the potential challenges of implementing interoperability for social networks. And then based on this analysis, we make some recommendations. So let me start with the potential benefits of implementing interoperability for social networks. So the main idea is that we face a market that is highly concentrated with a few dominant players, a few social networks that are quite dominating. And this domination of this market domination of these players is due to the strong network effects that are at play, and for which their large install bases constitute important advantages. So as a remedy to this situation where, because of this strong concentration, we may have concern about the level of competition in the market, there is a potential remedy that is envisaged, which is the possibility to mandate interoperability of social networks. And here, what is the idea? The idea is that we start from a situation where network effects are at the firm level, they are firm specific, and by introducing interoperability across these social networks, we kind of aggregate the firm-specific social network effects into industry-wide network effects. And as a result, when firms compete, these network effects no longer play a role because they are shared between the firms, and then firms are pushed to compete on other dimensions like the quality of service, the innovativeness of their features, or the level of privacy that they provide to their users. So this is the idea, and there is an analogy with telecoms, where interconnection, which was the word for interoperability at the time, was introduced and allowed competition in the market to develop. So let me now turn to the potential challenges of interoperability for social network. The first kind of challenge that we have in mind is the fact that the pro-competitive benefits that I've just discussed associated with interoperability are probably limited, and this is for the following reasons. The first reason is that when we implement interoperability for complex and proprietary services like social network or messaging services, interoperability can be implemented only for a subset of features, leaving other features outside of the scope of interoperability. So contrary to telecoms, where all features are interoperable. And as a result, some network effects remain at play, and the large players that dominate through network effects will probably remain dominant, because then consumers may have an incentive to use the largest networks, the largest social networks, as an access point to communicate and interact with their friends and family. The second reason is that interoperability can reduce the incentives of users to multi-home. And we view multi-homing as a strong driver for contestability in the market for social network or messaging services. And by reducing multi-homing, we think that there could be situations where, contrary to what we would expect and want to implement, contestability would be actually reduced. The second kind of challenges that we have in mind relate more specifically to implementation. First, implementation is going to be complex, and enforcement is going to be complicated as well. So the experience of messaging services so far has proved that making it work is complicated. So far there are only two very small players that ask for interoperability with Meta, and it's not functional yet. So we think that for social network it will be an order of magnitude of complexity much larger than for messenger services, and so these implementation challenges are going to show up as well. The second challenge is that there are some unavoidable compromises, we think, with regards to privacy or security. For security, when you have more actors involved, as it will be the case with interoperability, there are higher risks as well. And for privacy, when you want interoperability to work, some data about users should be handled and shared across different players. And this would also intensify privacy risks. And finally, in the specific context of social networks, so we are all aware, and this was discussed, for example, this morning, of the kind of societal problems associated with social networks, like disinformation, hateful speech, addictive usage patterns. And we think that by facilitating cross-platform diffusion of messages and information, actually interoperability could, in a way, exacerbate to some extent these problems. So it's not for sure, but at least it's a concern that we should have. So at the end of the day, we believe that extending the scope of Article 7 to social networks is not likely to bring substantial pro-competitive benefits, while at the same time it may raise important problems with regards to the implementation, security, and societal risks. So we think that the returns to this policy, to these extensions, are rather limited, and there is an opportunity cost of collective action and public policy, and probably so this extension should not be conducted. This is our conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. We'll turn now to panel discussion. Can you hear me okay?
There we go. And so can I invite onto the stage Chiara Caccinelli, who's Deputy Head of Economic Analysis and the Digital Affairs Unit at RCEP. Bart Teleko, who's Head of EU Data Governance, Competition and Cybersecurity at Google. Mark Dempsey, EU Advocacy Lead at Article 19. Antoine Babinet, Deputy Head of Unit at DG Comp. Jan Kramer, Academic Co-Director at CERRE. And then online we have joining us Aurélien Mel, Senior Public Policy Manager for DuckDuckGo. Hi Aurélien, and sorry that you can't be with us. We only have a short time for this panel, so just like with the last one, I'm going to have to ask you all to be as concise as you possibly can with the comments so that we have a bit of time for Q&A. But Aurélien, I'd like to start with you online, if that's okay. And as you know, what we'd really like to hear is there anything that you like and anything that you kind of dislike about the papers? I assume that probably you're maybe more interested in the one on assessing the impacts of the DMA, but we'd really like to know what you think.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you so much, Zach. And indeed, I'm going to comment on the paper on DMA impact. Sorry that I cannot be with you today. I would have preferred that. So quick words on DuckDuckGo. You know, it's a search engine that lets you search without being tracked, a browser that actively blocks tracking attempts, and via DuckAI also a private interface to popular AI models. So I'd like to just say, you know, at a high level that we're experiencing probably the biggest transformation on the search market since Google became #1. But yet market shares haven't been moving much, and that includes indeed with the DMA. And that's, in our view, because the underlying cause of the stifling of competition on the search market have not been properly addressed. And here I mean the ubiquitous Google default, the persistent frictions to switching, and also the data advantage that is built out of these practices. And so if I can bring this to the context of the paper, that's where we don't agree with the core point in the paper that uncertainty or the cost incurred by compliance are reasons for the low impact of the DMA. And rather, and that's the point we like because the paper does mention it, but lightly, I want to rather focus on the cost of non-compliance by certain gatekeepers as the main problem. And here I really mean certain clear-cut obligations that are being ignored. The example that I want to give, you know, is if you install a search extension on Chrome today, which is the most convenient way to change the search default, you're going to see a big change back to Google pop-up. Something that is done in the guise of protecting consumer from search default hijacking, where you've got, you know, unethical websites sort of taking over your defaults. But then if you, as a normal person, go through this user flow, it's going to be obvious to you that the pop-up is not neutral and is skewed to having you stick with Google. And this is something, you know, a concrete DMA non-compliance issue that is leading up to 50% of our own Chrome extension user base being inactive over time, like basically deactivating the whole extension and removing the default over time and repeated prompt. And it begs the question, really, how many users are lost in total for all competitors for just one dark pattern on one platform? What's the total cost of non-compliance for this one thing? And you know, that's a point we would have liked to see made more strongly in this paper. I actually talked about this before already, probably last year in the same panel. And the reason I do so is because it's still here. And I think I also want to clearly stress that if you hear less complaints right now on choice-related issues from players in the search market and beyond, you know, and it's not because these issues have been fixed. It's because at some point we're losing patience and sort of need to focus on other areas. And this is probably not how the DMA should work. But let me maybe finish with a point we don't like in this paper. That's a bit the overarching problem we have here. And that's the idea that the Commission should allocate its thin resources to assessing which obligations are proportionate and possibly reconsider them to have a more surgical approach to it, even though for us the clear focus should be on enforcing these obligations and along the examples that I gave. The fact that the Commission launched specification proceedings lately is really encouraging, and in particular the one from last month on the sharing of such data. It's important because it's a sort of obligation that is complex, that like the other ones take up one line, and yet has many ways it can be sabotaged. And so it's important that some of the specifics, such as how you anonymize while retaining utility, is clarified in this sort of process that actually is maybe better at bringing stakeholders together and helping to have a conversation on the substance, on issues and on proposals that are actually well-formed. And so we're looking forward to this and to these discussions.
Thank you so much, Aurélien. I think there were some fantastic points in there that we can maybe come back to a bit later on I think, whether full enforcement needs to happen before we can properly assume or assess effects, this question around kind of the ongoing costs of implementation and kind of the regulatory resources required to achieve that, and whether there should be this prioritization. But before we get to those, let's go to Chiara, because I know that you have spent a lot of time in RCEP thinking about interoperability and maybe have different views than the paper expresses on the value of horizontal interoperability. So we'd love to hear what you think.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So yes, at RCEP we have been working a lot on the interoperability of messaging services and not specifically on social networks. So I will not confirm or contradict the results by Mark and Jan because I haven't carried out the very same analysis, but still I would like to share some thoughts on some of the parts of the report, some of the conclusions, and also share some data, which concerns actually messaging services, but maybe we can draw a parallel there. So first of all, interoperability is like competition, so it's a tool. So we want to reach an objective, and the objective, of course, has to be what the users want. But then we have to wonder, do the users really have a choice, a real choice? So can they really choose what they want? So what we try to do in RCEP as well, we carry out surveys. So we've been carrying out this survey on the usage of digital services for 26 years now, which allows us to have a pretty good view on about the evolution of the usages. Of course, it does not concern the same services over the 26 years. So for instance, for messaging services, it was more recent, but at least it gives an overview. But I'll come back on this survey later so that I can give some data. So back on your report. So you say in the report that so you're basically against the extension of the interoperability to social networks because you are saying mainly that it is more complex than telecommunications. It has more features so that you would need to make interoperable. And the second point is that there is multi-homing, which in many cases represents a substitute, let's say, for competition, for interoperability, sorry, and it's an alternative to interoperability. So I will focus on these 2 points. So on complexity, so yes, it is more complex than for telecommunications, and you say in the report that it is also due to the fact that gatekeepers will need to open closed ecosystems, and ecosystems which were not designed with interoperability in mind. I think this point fails to recognize that this is a choice. It is a deliberate choice to make some ecosystem closed, and it's a choice which has evolved over time. Because if we see at the beginning of some large social networks, which are now very large, but were already quite promising at the beginning as well, the philosophy was different. So there was an open AI philosophy, for instance, for Twitter, and many large social networks, they had also open client interfaces. So they are closed, but it's not by design. It's also a choice. It's not by accident, let's say. It's also a choice. And on the set of features, yes, of course, when you have a diversity of features, then it's more complicated to impose interoperability. But I've been working on interoperability of meta services in the DMA, assisting the European Commission with this, on my head as co-chairs in BEREC. And we have seen that the reference offers by Meta has evolved over time, integrating many more features which were not interoperable at the beginning. So this can also evolve. And the second point on multi-homing, I think it's the more interesting one, because you state that it is an alternative to interoperability, and since multi-homing is there, since it is low cost, why would we think about interoperability, which is complex? And on this, I must disagree, because for me, it is really not a substitute for interoperability, and it is definitely not a proxy for the level of competition in the market, multi-homing. Why do I say this? Because when we see, actually, we take this survey in France, for instance, for messaging services. So it's not concerning social networks, but let's say that I think there are some things which can still be quite similar. So for messaging services, we see in France that 82% of users, they use at least two messaging services, and 43 of them use 4 or more, so at least 4 messaging services. And then you think, okay, that's great, there is a huge variety of services that are being concretely used every day. And then we focus a bit, and we zoom in, and then we see that 80% of users, they use WhatsApp, 76% they use Instagram, Messenger, 60% Instagram. And then you have the fourth one, which is Snapchat, and it's like 40%, and then you have Signal and Telegram at 21%. So you see, okay, there is a variety, they use 4 of them, but the top 3 is the very same company. And then you say, okay, but maybe they just like the services of this main company, so what's wrong with that? So then we ask, but why do you use these services? And then 66% of them, they say, it's because my friends are there. So it's really the famous network effects. 66%. And only 9% of them, they say it is because it's better. They have better functionalities. So, and then you can still think, okay, but then do they mind that there is multi-homing? So we ask them, do you mind? Do you like the fact that you're using more apps? And they say, actually, I don't really mind. So 76%, they don't necessarily mind. They say it's either positive or neutral, so 76, so it's quite a lot. So we can say, okay, then we are satisfied. But then when you go you zoom in again, you see that those who are on the most dominant messaging services, they find it nice to have several applications. While if you ask the less dominant, so for instance, if you ask Signal, they don't like to use several applications. So they use the other dominant applications because of networks effect. So then to conclude, my point is, maybe multi-homing is not a problem. Maybe users, they like to use diversity of services. But my question is, if there was interoperability, so if people could really choose their preferred messaging service or social networks, would they choose those applications, so those services? Would you have the same top 3? So I think that's where interoperability and multi-homing, they don't really say the same thing about the reality of the preferences of the users and the reality of competitive dynamics.
Thank you, Chiara. I can see Jan is desperate to respond, but we'll get to you in the end. But let me hand over to Bart. You're, I guess, in the lion's den as the gatekeeper in this panel. So, we know your views might be different to some of the others that you've heard. It'd be really great to understand, whether there's anything that you have agreed with so far, and or in the papers, or whether it's complete disagreement.
Absolutely. First of all, thanks a lot for having me. And yes, of course, I agreed with a lot of points that you made in the paper. So what I liked really a lot was a call for a more robust, evidence-based framework. I think this is crucial to assess DMA's impact in practice. In this context, it is important to recall that the DMA is about boosting competition in digital markets and not about picking market winners and losers. So what I'm trying to say, it is crucial that we measure the right things. Let me illustrate what I mean with an example, choice screens, right? How to measure the success of this provision. Some questions that we see as relevant here are the following. Is the choice informed? So, for example, do users have all the necessary information to make a decision? Were all the options presented to users in a clear way? So, for example, did they see all the options before making a choice, or could they skip the choice screen altogether and stick with defaults? Now, sometimes we hear voices that take a different view. They indicate that the DMA success should be measured by how many people actually switch away from Google, And this is not exactly how we see it. How we see it is if we provide all the necessary conditions for choice and users still opt to choose Google, it is their right and they should be able to do so. So in other words, low uptake by users may reflect a preference for our service, and we think that should be a possible outcome under the DMA. Now, what I didn't like, well, it's not that I didn't really like it, it's more of a suggestion for future research maybe. So one of your recommendations is improving coherence across DMA obligations. I'd love to see it extended to improving coherence between DMA and other EU laws, because it pops up more and more often in different DMA discussions, including in our specification decisions. So one of the specification decisions is about search data sharing, something that Aurélien already mentioned. And this is where the DMA and GDPR meet. DMA looks at personal data through the lens of competition. It treats data as a competitive advantage for companies like ours. Now, the challenge is that DMA should apply without prejudice to the GDPR, and any data that we share should be anonymized. So the question that we have is how to interpret this in the DMA context. Search queries often contain personal data, so medical information, financial situation, political beliefs. They are defined under the GDPR as sensitive, meaning we cannot process such data at all. In the end, one can imagine that we would have to hand over some of this to other companies. And this is without users being very often aware. And second of all, they're not able to object. Another specification decision is about interoperability of third-party AI apps with Android. So here we see a possible conflict looming between the DMA and the Cyber Resilience Act. CERRE mandates our products be secure by design. The DMA pushes another objective, which is openness by law. And the question here is where to draw the line. We see Android is already quite open, but given access to some key functionalities at the operating system level might be risky and creates new vectors of attack for rogue actors. So it would be great if you could please do some digging here. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you actually have a treat, because in the next session we'll be talking about regulatory interplays, where we will answer all of your questions, I promise. That leads me to Mark, and it's fantastic to see, I think, Article 19 being involved in this discussion around digital competition and linking it to freedom of expression. So it'd be great if you could maybe tell us a bit about your work and on a bit about what you've liked or disliked about the work that you've done.
Thank you very much. So thank you for the invitation. It's nice to be here, as you were saying, as a civil society actor. And I smile because I think Alex, he invites me here to be a little bit provocative, and I'm not going to disappoint, I have to admit. So who am I? My name is Mark Dempsey, and I lead EU advocacy for Article 19, a global civil society organisation that works for a world where all people everywhere can freely express themselves and actively engage in public life without fear of discrimination. To protect freedom of expression online, we advocate for pro-competitive solutions to dilute corporate power and guarantee diversity, openness and fairness. So briefly on the two papers, we were asked to have a look at this at advance in this panel. What I liked from the CERRE papers, in short, the topics in and of themselves are necessary, and they both needed interrogating. Chiara, I think we just spoke before, and I agree with a lot of her points on Article 7. So I'm not going to dwell too much on Article 7, but more on the evaluation paper. So assessing and improving DMA's impact. Certainly the paper is a useful start and attempts a framework for such an exercise. It rightly highlights the need for clearer legal interpretation and greater predictability for gatekeepers and business users. I also like the reference to learning from other jurisdictions and that influence is flowing in both directions. And it is important to highlight those obligations where tensions have emerged between different groups of business users. The section in Article 6.5, for example, on self-preferencing by search engine gatekeepers. And I also agree on the use of soft law instruments such as guidelines, in addition to hard law instruments like specific specification decisions, which needless to say we very much agree with. So what did I not like? Before I touch on that, I just want to reference, given that Article 7 has more or less been dismissed by that paper as suitable for interoperability of social network services, I do want to reference an excellent paper yesterday, which I read from Jean Quetin on the Future of Tech Institute. So he will be bringing it out very shortly. It's called Opening the Horizon of Social Networks, and it builds very nicely on work carried out by my colleague Isa Stasi, has been doing over the years on what we termed unbundling, aka vertical interoperability, using Article 6.7. So opening social networks to other marketplaces, while we focus in this case on recommender systems, Jean enlarges it and goes further, stating that innovations, and I quote, could emerge to better meet users' expectations and reach higher quality of services in many regards, data protection, freedom of expression, protection of users, etc. Examples given include alternative mobile applications, that is, applications offering a different interface to access the same service, for example, YouTube. Emphasizing privacy, accessibility, or specific use cases, audio only, minimal distractions, etc. And also when it comes to recommender algorithms, systems determining which content is featured in feeds, homepages, or other suggestions. So Jean is in the room, so I'm not going to plug any more, but just to say it's worth talking to him afterwards. So what I disliked, and this is going to be quite brief, so don't worry, Alex. I found both papers, the tone was a little bit defensive, and it gave very much the perspective of gatekeepers. So particularly the paper about the valuation. I would love to know who you interviewed and from what sector. Reading the paper, I'm struck by the fact that there probably wasn't that many independent technologists playing into the survey, but I'd be delighted if you were to say differently. I found, the gatekeeper perspective, and by way of illustration, while noting that enforcement is underway, I think it's very hard to have a paper where you do an evaluation without talking about the level of malicious compliance, because I think that has to come into the discussion. So what did I do? I spoke to a number of independent technologists and others yesterday to get what they saw as the major malcompliance that is happening. So let me just list a few very obvious ones. So on browsers, there's still no third-party browser engines in the EU on iOS. The primary is that Apple is making browser vendors lose all their existing EU users rather than updating their existing browser. Number two, Google doesn't let you uninstall certain apps on Android, such as YouTube, and displays a message designed to scare users from making a choice. Even when apps are truly uninstallable, they could do what Apple does, which is a soft uninstallation, where the app is completely hidden from the user. Three, Safari is locked to Apple Pay, clearly a violation of Article 5.7, that prohibits imposing a payment service via a core platform service, which Safari is. 4, Google doesn't grant the hot seat on being selected in the browser choice screen, something that Apple has also complained about. There are others related to interoperability, failing to grant software and hardware interoperability by default to Apple, failing to provide a third party the same level of interoperability as the gatekeeper has, Apple and Google, and there are others which I don't have really time to name now. Alex asked 2 advices for the EC as regards the DMA review. Firstly, popularize the DMA. I mean, this is an ongoing discussion. How do we make the general public know what the DMA is and what the positive impacts are? Communicate the impact amongst users, business, and consumers. At our last edition of the DMA Enforcement Symposium, we suggested a Know Your Rights, Make Your Choice Day, or even get an influencer to extol the DMA's virtues. As an Irish person, I'm going to say Cillian Murphy, wearing his flat cap, Peaky Blinders, doing some shorts on a European version of YouTube. 2, the DMA has done nothing or close to nothing to protect business users from retaliation. Now, this is a real issue, and an issue we hear constantly. Now, I know there is we appeared at the high-level group some time ago. There were 3 civil society actors, including Boyack and Edry, and it came up then. There was mention of some sort of hotline, but we know nothing about the stats, we know nothing about who's reported in, and we know nothing about how effective it is. My inkling is that it's not effective at all. And then, what's just one comment on the makeup of the people here? I think it would be good, Alex, for the future to have independent technologists as part of this discussion, because a lot of them are very aware of the DMA, and particularly developers, for example. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. I am going to give Alex and Richard the chance to maybe explain a little bit about the interview process and the way that, maybe a little bit about the way this research project generally was structured. But we'll get to the end of the panel first. But I do think it's important that we kind of establish that this was an independent exercise where we did speak to a lot of different stakeholders expressing a lot of different views. But before we get to there, Antoine, you've heard a lot. You've read a lot in a short period of time. I know we didn't give you lots of time to read the papers. It'd be really great to know kind of
how you see DG Comp in this review process, kind of subsuming all of these arguments and information, and how the review process will look.
So you have me sit in a panel that basically goes across the whole DMA, and now I have to choose my.
You've got 2 minutes
carefully, right? No, look, I mean, I think what I have to start with is to recall a bit where we are, and I think that will also lead me to something I like in the paper. We are essentially a bit less than 2 years in, and that's the famous date of March 2024, where I think, as a matter of fact, like a lot happened on this day, and especially if you look at the counterfactual of a world without the DMA. I mean, if you compare with the amount of antitrust investigations that will have been required just to have all these changes on the market, that's already big. I also want to acknowledge that it was a big push from the gatekeepers to get there under a challenging timeline. Now, the solutions that were put in place on March 2024, some are obviously complex, so the work continued. Some others, they clearly require iterations, and that's also in the nature of the DMA, that a solution is put out, the market gives feedback, and they improve. And that leads me to just this reality check of course, once the solution gets to a level of maturity where they are being embraced, then there is a necessary lag, right? And that means there are some limitations to what we can observe today. Now, in terms of the data that is available, collecting data is what we do day to day. We monitor compliance. We monitor compliance based on hard facts. So we do get access to a lot of information. Some of it will probably never make it to the public, also because of what you mentioned in terms of fear of retaliation. It's real, but we do get this data. So from the position where I stand, I think the only honest conclusion you can draw at this stage is that there are encouraging benefits that are starting to materialize. I mean, look at the choice screens, they are having an impact, that's clear. Look at the amount of companies that are actually interested, that are working hard actively to be integrated in the data portability solutions. The amount of companies that are investigating and working hard on using the new interoperability features that have been unlocked for the DMA. All of this is very much ongoing. It's happening. Now, yeah, there are some effects that we can see, and there are some that will materialize as we go. So that brings me to a point I like in the report. There is an important point of caution that I really don't think it's realistic to jump to hard conclusions now. And when I see some reports out there that are basically just concluding that the DMA should be repealed, I mean, really, I think that's nothing else than the same as the initial lobbying. I mean, the gatekeepers will never like the DMA. The DMA is made to enable competitors. These companies, what they do is they try to beat competition. So, I mean, that's exactly what you would expect. They will fight the DMA. So I think that's the only thing that there is to read into at least this type of contribution. Now, we really like it that there is a first DMA review that comes so early in the process. The reason why we like it is because, it just forces you to stop and reflect. And that's not easy because we're busy, right? We're doing like enforcement case after enforcement case. But now we had this opportunity to ask feedback, to collect the feedback, and we are definitely going to take it into account and improve and be better at enforcing. It's also an ongoing process. I think as in any new tool, any new regulation, you have to observe, you have to learn, and as you go, in terms of data collection, in terms of how you assess the impact, things get formalized as you reach that level of maturity where you can do things properly. Now, on what I like less, and I think it goes to some of the points I heard, I also don't think that you can distinguish implementation from assessing impact. And there, let me take an example that I will present as hypothetical, but it's not hypothetical. Take gatekeepers that would really invest like thousands of hours of engineering in developing a solution that is meant to give choice, but that solution comes with a lot of steps, like an onboarding process for business users that is super difficult, super expensive, where they take months to respond to any contact by business users. And then, you know, the actual user journey solutions makes you go through like 10 super confusing steps. And yeah, that's what the solution that is being put on the market. Well, I mean, if you assess this solution, I mean, the benefits are not great, right? If you assess the cost, I mean, there are a lot of hours that went into it. The end users don't like it because it's just confusing. The business users would love to take it up, but they invest and they just don't see that it works. So, I mean, there again, it's not great. But what conclusion should we draw? Is the conclusion that the DMA obligation is unfit or doesn't work? I mean, the only conclusion that you can draw is that there is a big need for enforcement. And I think that's on at least a number of topics exactly where we are. And there are a lot of like enforcement actions that are being undertaken. There will be more. But I think that's really, we are at an enforcement stage. I have other remarks. Another one is when I looked at the list of benefits, I mean, one that is not in there is just the mere benefit of having the DMA for all the practices, unfair practices, and obstacles that would have happened in the future. The DMA is has to be taken into account in the business decisions of the gatekeepers. So now, you know, when they just think about how they will introduce a product, I mean, they just can't do what they were doing before. Like you know, it now comes out with significantly less restrictions. So there is really a benefit in deterrence. And maybe a very last point on the clarity and so there is a lot that is being done on clarity. It's always striking that I think people like stakeholders, not only gatekeepers, want clarity, but when it fits, you know, their vision of what the interpretation should mean. As soon as it's not the case, then they are less keen. And I mean, the example of that, the illustration, is the specification procedure. I mean, it's there to be grabbed by gatekeepers. If they are really dying for clarity, they can come to us and ask us to specify an obligation. None of them have done it. On the other hand, we are doing it. It's challenging, but it yields results. So, you know, I mean, I think we are working on developing this decisional practice and bringing clarity to the DMA.
Thank you, Antoine. And Jan, you've been waiting very patiently to respond to Chiara's points, I'm sure. So please, you know, maybe you have some rebuttal points that you would like to add to the debate.
Thank you. So let me first maybe start with two general remarks or two disclaimers. The first is that personally, and I think also as CERRE in total, we really much appreciate the DMA. Despite that we have, you know, we've been involved in this before there was a proposal. After there was a proposal in the negotiation phase, we commented, and now, you know, we're the implementation phase and we have our comments. So, of course, it doesn't mean everything's in there. We've sort of fully supported. I mean, individually, CERRE, I mean, individual authors also had different opinions. But on balance, you know, we think it's a good thing to have, just to make that sure. Now, specifically on Article 7, there's the other second disclaimer I want to make, because interoperability has been used in various circumstances now. We clearly need to differentiate 6.7, which is vertical interoperability, from Article 7, which is horizontal interoperability, specifically between the number-independent interpersonal communication services. And Mark and I have also worked on interoperability of 6.7, and very much in favor of interoperability, vertical interoperability, being able to mix the match services. And most recently, actually, we also together with Friso Bostun, we wrote a paper on agentic AI and how it fits into the DMA, and which now has many relationships to the ongoing. I mean, we wrote this a while back, but it has now much reminiscence with the ongoing proceeding on Android and Gemini, and there also 6.7 is at the center of this, and we were you know, showcasing that this is actually very future-proof. Now, on Article 7 specifically, which, to be fair, was not in the initial proposal of the Commission, but came in at a later stage in the negotiation process, we, and by we I mean also Mark and I and CERRE in this case, has been quite skeptical on whether this is really impactful or not. And Chiara pointed out two of the main reasons for this is that first, it's different to telecom services in the sense that multi-homing is happening in the field. I mean, your data actually shows that multi-homing is happening, much more than there would have ever been for telecom services without interoperability. And the second main difference is that these services are actually relatively different to each other. Now, concerning your point, so this means there is an alternative. So, and there's also a risk that if you impose interoperability, those users that are using, an alternative messenger, they're using Signal because some of their friends are using Signal, and they're using Signal for a good reason. They don't want to use WhatsApp because they're very privacy is relevant to them, so they rather use Signal than WhatsApp. Now, if those users that only use Signal because their privacy-friendly friends are using Signal, if they could instead rely on interoperability, for example, they would not be installing Signal just for the sake of talking to their friends. So there would be less uptake of these alternative players because interoperability gives them an easy way out to sort of go through interoperability instead of installing the app directly. But we believe that sort of installing the app directly, installing the competing app directly, has greater benefits ultimately in the long run for competition. So that was the reason why multi-homing is so important. But to be fair, in the paper we did not talk about abolishing Article 7 for NICs services, for messenger services, but it was whether or not that should actually be extended to social networking services. And I think the case there, for us at least, is pretty clear that so far the benefits of Article 7 yet have to be seen for messaging services. It's not moving as fast as people have thought it would be because it is a complex endeavor. You said, well, closeness is by choice. That's correct. I mean, you could have adopted a more open system, but to be fair, this choice predated the DMA. Right? So we're trying to open up a system that is already in place after the DMA came into place. So it's another matter of how you can nudge or maybe give benefits to firms that design something open to begin with. So I don't disagree, and I think your numbers actually corroborate much of what we're saying to some degree. And also we should be, last point on this, we should also be clear that the most likely competitors like Signal, they chose not to be interoperable, which also tells you something about the value of interoperability for them, and that they choose to be differentiated. And the two apps that are now announced to be interoperable, I've never heard of them before, and I think they're new ones that haven't been even on the market before, and we'll yet have to see whether that actually makes an impact or not. I'll leave it at that, and maybe there's also Richard wants to respond a little.
Thanks, Jan. We're running out of time because I've done a terrible job of time management for this. So I'm going to give the floor to Alex and Richard because I think there were some points that they might want to respond to what Mark said. And then I will give our other panelists maybe 30 seconds to give a rapid-fire suggestion to the Commission for the review. So Richard, Alex, do you want to jump in?
So thanks a lot for your comment. I think they are super useful. And this idea of technologists, I was saying to Bruno, yes, next time we need to have technologists on the panel. So thanks for that. Just to explain what was the process of that report, to be sure that it's clear. Because we didn't want to talk about compliance, so we don't take a view about compliance, because we think, and that's a kind of a red line that we have always had at CERRE since the beginning CERRE was created, we don't go into those legal discussions because we don't have the information, the data to know whether a company is compliant or not. So it's not because we don't speak about compliance that we assume that compliance is good. I mean, it's just that we don't want to deal with it because we think it's not our job, it's the job of Antoine and his colleague, and we don't have the data to do that, okay? So that's the only point I want to say. Now, what we did on the other hand, and because we are a fan of the DMA, because I'm personally defending the DMA in Korea, in the US and everywhere, because I think it's a pro-innovation law, okay? So I'm pro-innovation and I like the DMA because it's a pro-innovation law. So, but because precisely we like the DMA, we want it to be evaluated in the right way. And if you can compare and contrast with another law, which is very important in the EU, which is the GDPR, if you see the way it has been evaluated by the Commission in the report 2020 and 2024, it has not really been evaluated. I mean, there are at least now 20 academic studies on it. None of them were mentioned in the 2024 evaluation report of the Commission. So, our message was just, look, try to get the data, and then try to get a framework for evaluating to make the DMA works better, to make the DMA works better. I am encouraged by, for instance, there was a very interesting conference which was done 3 weeks ago at Georgetown University, where you had several papers, which were already several academic papers, already showing some effect on the DMA indeed. And I think that's exactly what we are calling for, But the fact is that when we start the work with Richard and Giorgio, and we were looking at data, I mean, okay, Antoine, you say you have a lot of data yourself, but they are not public, as you say. So we were looking at the data out there, and sincerely, there is not much, And if you look at what is coming across the public consultation that the Commission did, is just, the rhetoric. I mean, the gatekeeper thing, it's terrible, and some, as you say, said we should be abolished. The business user says it is not implemented well, but I mean, all of that was expected. So that's really our point, it's not because we don't speak about compliance that we assume that compliance is going well. It's just that it was not part of our task.
Thank you, Alex. So as I said, we're running over time already, so I'm going to ask the panelists, starting with Aurélien, to give a 15, 20-second piece of advice to the Commission on the review. So over to you, Aurélien.
Thank you, Zach, and I'll be very short. I can only say that I agree with Antoine's final points about the need to get the obvious conclusion of this is, that more enforcement is needed. And as I said, we are encouraged to see that specifications are being used to sort of as a tool to tackle this.
Thanks. That was crisp and sharp. Chiara.
So we replied to the public consultation on the revision of the DMA, and we had recommendations on 4 topics: cloud, AI, messaging services, and then the market monitoring, so the monitoring exercise. So now cloud, we have the market investigation, so great. On AI, now we have some proceedings, so specification proceedings, so good news. Then we have messaging services, so it's some companies, at least, okay, 2 small ones, they are asking for interoperability. And then the fourth one, it was on the monitoring exercise. So of course, the European Commission is collecting data all the time, but I think it's more in the context of asking for information, which is great, but we think that there should be really a data collection which is structured, which is then can be comparable, and then can be used to measure actually the impact of the DMA. So just the setup of a monitoring exercise would be great.
Thanks, Chiara. And then Bart, any final words for the Commission?
Yes, very quickly. So if I could give one suggestion to the Commission is to apply widen the lens through which you assess the DMA. For those of you who are following our self-preferencing investigation, the outcome might actually be that one gatekeeper, which is Google, is going to give more prominence to another gatekeeper, big aggregator, which is, I mean, you can look it up, right? So if you have one gatekeeper promoting another gatekeeper as a result of the DMA, how does it boost competition in digital markets? That's my question. And if you look beyond booking, all the other aggregators in the travel space, they're also American. So you oblige an American company to promote even more American companies. How does it fit with, I don't know, digital sovereignty, for example, and promoting European business? Thank you.
Thank you. And Mark, over to you.
I think I've given to already to the Commission what they could do, but a concern we had at Article 19 is that narrative around the reporting of the DMA seems quite captured. So compliance is presented as gatekeepers' spontaneous goodwill and magnanimity because they care about users. So I think there needs to be better reporting and assessment of how the DMA is reported. And I think the Commission could have a role in that. You could have press conferences or some sort of gathering every month to talk about specifically the DMA. We as civil society could be involved. We could bring in journalism associations. So yeah.
Thank you. And Antoine, is there any last words that you would like to impart to us?
For myself? That's a tough one, right? No, look, I mean, advice to you all, be with us. I think it's always great to see that there really is a community that follows support, also challenge constructively the DMA. I think there's one thing where we really, like took comfort in the whole process that will lead to the review is that we got a lot of responses to this public consultation and a lot of people that are really investing in the DMA. So to us, it's just a sign that this tool, I mean, same conclusion as was reached 3 years ago. Like it's much needed, and if anything, we'll do even more like to make it effective.
Thank you. We're now going to turn to a coffee break, and we'll be back here at 3:20. You don't want to go anywhere because we'll be talking about DMA enforcement and governance, and then we'll be hearing from the mother of the DMA herself.
Thank you very much. No, but I mean, because Zach will first present and then I will... Et après, vous...
Otherwise, all good. Thanks.
We like to keep our voice independent.
All right.
Okay. How are you?
Hi, I'm Alex.
You're going to have to come around the stage just by you.
Okay.
Other than that, you're going to have to unceremoniously mount it.
We don't want something to happen.
Yeah.
Is alone.
I know.
No. 5 minutes max. Let's start again for this last leg of the marathon. So what we will do now is to discuss the two other papers. So this was a kind of quadrilogy, if you want. We discussed already the first two papers, which were more, in a way, on substance. And now we move more on governance and institution, which are as important as substance to have an effective and proportionate implementation. So first we will start by a paper by Zach Meyers, who is already on the website, on governance, and then there is I will present the paper Giorgio Monti and I wrote. So Giorgio is ill, and so I have to step in for him, but he really did a lot of work, and which will answer some of the consideration that were mentioned by Bartek before on this relationship between the DMA and other law. And then we will have the panel, and in the same way as we had previously. So to save time, I will not introduce everyone. You have the program and they will be also shown there. But as always, I mean, we wanted to have a different interest, corporate, regulation, and civil society represented. So that's for the first hours, and then the second hour will be what everyone, I guess, expects, is this discussion between Margrethe Vestager and Bruno Liebhaberg. Okay, so Zach, you have the floor.
Thanks, Alex. So EU policymakers are increasingly viewing platform openness as a central tool for strengthening competition, as well as kind of resilience and innovation in digital markets. And we're going to publish a paper with a fellow academic at CERRE, Kamel Senamo, which is going to test this assumption and explain how we should design rules to mandate openness in ways that deliver maximum innovation. But in this paper, I'm looking specifically at the rules in the DMA, and it's focused on a much more practical question. And this is, given that the DMA's rules do mandate more openness, how can those obligations be implemented in a way that is most effective and proportionate? And there are three types of openness that I'm looking at in this paper. The first is portability, which was discussed to some degree already, but this is the idea that users should be able to either download data and then upload it to a competing service, or ask a gatekeeper service to move the consumer's data directly to a competitor. And the idea is to make it easier for consumers to try different products and easily bring their data with them. I'm also talking about horizontal interoperability, the topic of Jan's paper, which is primarily so that messaging services today can choose to allow their users to communicate to or from a regulated gatekeeper service like WhatsApp. And then it talks about vertical interoperability. And this is the ability for third parties like app developers or those who are producing kind of smartwatches or similar types of devices to access all of the functions of a gatekeeper's operating system, which the gatekeeper uses for its own products and services. And the purpose here is to make sure that third parties can build products and services that are just as useful and just as competitive as those that the gatekeepers are able to do. So really what these elements of openness are trying to do is to open up choices in a technical way so that third parties can get access to whether it's a user's data or gatekeeper assets, where they're going to need this to be viable. So the DMA sets out some high-level obligations relating to openness, and it's largely silent on the technical, on the commercial, and on the governance mechanisms that are required to make portability and interoperability work in practice. And the paper looks at kind of these types of problems, and it identifies that there is quite a few different sub-questions that have to be resolved before any of those types of openness can be workable in practice. Examples of these are answering the questions of which data or which functions have to be made open for third parties to be able to use, how those data or functions should be defined. So for example, what format should they be in? Should that format be something that is useful for the gatekeeper or useful for the third party? Should these be provided using APIs, through open protocols, or through other type of technical systems? What features should the interfaces that third parties use to get access to the data or functions have so that they are most useful? What quality standards should openness meet? So for example, if you are trying to port your data, should that be able to happen instantaneously? And then how do we ensure that security and safety are protected while making platforms more open? And this is quite important because security really does matter. In competitive markets, we know that products are quite rarely completely open. Usually they fall somewhere in a spectrum between open and closed. And this is because issues like security do matter so that people have trust in the platform service. That's reasonable, but what we need to do is to make sure that those safety mechanisms aren't applied in a way that undermines the effectiveness of what the DMA is trying to do. And look, we know that all of these questions have to be answered before the products, before openness services can actually work in practice. We've seen this in other sectors where we've tried to make products and networks open, like in telecommunications. And what we know is that these questions also involve trade-offs. So to give some examples here, we know that app developers want certainty. They want these technical solutions to be stable so that they can invest money in apps and services that feed off them and can rely on them. But at the same time, the gatekeepers will want flexibility to allow their services to evolve, and sometimes evolve in ways that might mean that the technical solutions and the third parties that rely on those technical solutions have to kind of invest more or update their systems. As I said, the quality of these facilities matters, so users are not going to trust horizontal interoperability, for example, unless it is really easy to use and that it always works. But the higher the quality standards you insist on, the more expensive compliance becomes, which can kind of shift the balance between benefit and cost. And some of these questions, as we discussed in the previous panels, involve trade-offs between different types of business users. So we shouldn't just assume that this is a gatekeeper versus business user dichotomy. So for example, different app developers might all want their own apps or services to get priority access to the memory or the processing power on a smartphone, but of course, like, not every app developer can have that priority, or no one does. And of course, large app developers might be more willing to accept and meet stringent security standards that gatekeepers might try to impose, whereas that might impose more of a barrier to smaller app developers. And so this poses a question, which is, how are these decisions going to be made in ways that deliver fair, effective outcomes? And given the volume of discretionary decisions that are involved, the point of this paper is to show that governance mechanisms, which is the processes by which we make decisions about implementing openness, play a critical role, and that my suggestion is that they haven't received enough attention yet when we're thinking about DMA implementation. So the paper sets out 3 different options for governance under the DMA, which are not mutually exclusive by any means, but maybe 3 different avenues by which governance can be made. The first is the one that is kind of the default in the DMA, which is a gatekeeper-led approach. And this involves gatekeepers proposing their own compliance solutions, with the Commission providing a degree of oversight and then intervening only by exception, so where it objects to what the gatekeeper is doing. And this is kind of understandable as kind of the first round of getting the DMA to work here, because gatekeepers understand their own systems and platforms the best, and so it is the simplest and the easiest way. But clearly it runs the risk that we undervalue what is important to business users and makes the DMA less effective than it could otherwise be. The second approach has been adopted in a few places now, where the Commission either has or is proposing to actively specify how the gatekeepers should comply with the DMA. And this is an important addition to solve some of the problems that have appeared in aspects of the gatekeeper-led approach, but it also suffers some problems as well, I'm going to suggest. And one of these problems is that under the DMA, the Commission has to intervene on very complex issues in very short timeframes. And it's very difficult for the Commission, under those constraints, to run a very careful process with the sorts of things that you would expect, like open consultation and trade-offs being very carefully considered and openly considered. And this complexity also means the Commission can only intervene in very targeted ways, despite the number of implementation issues that we would like to see the Commission addressing. And so that leads me to this third option, which is a more inclusive governance approach. And this means introducing mechanisms for more collective, transparent, and inclusive governance, such as having structured dialogue between gatekeepers, business users, regulators, and public authorities. The idea of these inclusive governance mechanisms would be to require decision-making about openness to be made in a more transparent way, to promote more balanced decision-making, and to make platforms more accountable for the decisions that they do make, and to show, for example, how they are valuing and weighing different interests of different stakeholders. Inclusive governance raises challenges. For example, depending on how it is designed, it can be slow, which is why this paper doesn't recommend moving straight to a highly institutionalized standardization process. But what we've seen in other regulated sectors, like telecommunications or energy, is that it can help significantly in making rules more effective. And where it can solve problems, it reduces the number of times that the Commission will then need to intervene in very specific and time-limited ways. So in practice, what this means is steps towards more inclusive governance could include requiring gatekeepers to defer to the judgments of third-party intermediaries, such as the Data Transfer Initiative or trust registries, entities which are kind of trying to build trust across different gatekeepers and involving business users with them, which the types of institutions that might be more likely to make decisions that balance the interests of all stakeholders fairly. Now, no single governance model is appropriate for every DMA obligation or even for every type of platform service. But in general, the purpose of this paper is to highlight that it makes sense for the Commission to pay more attention to the benefits of requiring gatekeepers to engage in more transparent, inclusive, and institutionalized governance processes. And over time, we think that these mechanisms could provide a more credible basis for third parties to invest and innovate, where we have seen that the levels of investment and innovation have been suboptimal so far. Thank you.
Because of course those governance issues are absolutely key, and so that's why we want to spend time on them. So the last paper of the series is on the regulatory interplay. I mean, and so basically, I think everyone is for regulatory consistency. I don't know if some people are against, but I mean, maybe some lawyers, some in-house lawyers, but I guess most of the people will be for. And it's interesting to see that in the communication that the Commission adopted last year on the DSA and other law, it's really a good read. I really recommend everyone to read that. But I mean, clearly, one of the main messages that the Commission is giving there is we need more clarity, coherence, and coordination in the different law. Okay. Now, of course, the DMA has a relationship with a number of laws, some horizontal ones, some more specific to digital. So there is an obvious relationship with competition law because the DMA has its, in a way, sources into competition law cases, to privacy, in particular the GDPR, to security, in particular the NIS2 directive and the Cybersecurity Act, which were mentioned. So we have dealt with those issues in the report last year. And so we come back to the issue of the GDPR this year because this is really a live issue, and there has been those joint guidelines I will mention in a minute. But also there are some interesting relationship with the DSA and with IP law that we touch a little bit in this year report. So now the question is how to achieve more consistency. And I would say there are at least three ways, you know. One is to go through soft law, through guidelines. And so that's why we are really positive about these draft joint guidelines that the European Commission and the EDPB have adopted on the relationship between the DMA and the GDPR. But what is important then for those guidelines is that they are adopted in a transparent and with a participatory process. So that's why we think it's good that there was a public consultation on those guidelines, and there will be also a meeting with the EDPB at the mid-March where those guidelines will be discussed. We also think that those guidelines should give clear indication. They should be indeed guidelines and not, you know, the least common denominator between DG Just, DG Connect, DG Comp, the EDPB, and you name it. So, of course, we know that it's not easy to negotiate among different stakeholder or regulatory actors, but it's very important that they deliver a clear message at the end. The second one is to go through legislation. So either we go through a digital omnibus, and we were discussing that with Kaya this morning. And I would say that for me, what is missing a little bit in the digital omnibus so far is that they don't really touch about the regulatory cooperation. And I think that, you know, we can work, and I don't think it requires a full reform, on improving the legal ability and the incentive for the regulator to cooperate more, you know, and for instance, to have the possibility to exchange confidential information. Then, of course, there is the more ambitious exercise that the Commission has started, the digital fitness check, where maybe, you know, the end game of all of that would be a digital code. You know, in the continental Europe, we were very fond of the Code Napoleon, and they last for more than 2 centuries. It would be nice to see an act of the Commission, of the Parliament and the Council lasting for more than 2 centuries. So that's the second avenue. And then the third avenue is, of course, but we discussed that this morning with John, and I will come back very briefly at the end, to have more cooperation within the regulator, and to have, in the context of those governance mechanisms that Zach was mentioning, they can also be a way to discuss interplay between the law. Now, 2 words on the draft joint guidelines on the relationship between the DMA and the GDPR. What we think is that 3, let's say, horizontal points are important for us and sometimes could be made clearer in the guidelines. The first is that we need governance mechanisms, to come back to what Zach was saying, to allow this dialogue between gatekeeper and business user. For instance, you know, data portability or portability of data in general. I mean, this is requiring, you know, good interface, good dialogue between the business user and the gatekeeper. And I think more governance mechanism and more indication in the guidelines on what kind of governance mechanism are needed would be very useful. The second thing is the importance of choice architecture. I mean, we know that it's key in determining the choice of all of us, and it's very important that the information on the different choice architecture that can be test and try by the gatekeeper are sent to the regulator, so they know that this choice architecture will lead to that choice, this other choice architecture will lead to this other kind of choice. So I think this is very important, and again, we would claim that maybe even more importance should be given to them. And finally, and this is maybe a little bit more controversial, but maybe the guidelines could contain some safe harbor, in the sense that saying, okay, if you follow the guidelines, then it means that you comply, and then you are safe in terms of your compliance. Because too often we say the guidelines say you could do this or you could do that, but the legal consequence of following the guidelines are not clear enough to us. And then finally, and that's the last slide, it's about the enforcement challenges. On public enforcement, we discussed that this morning. The digital clearinghouse is probably a good way to go, but maybe on the longer term, we should break up the Commission. And let me be clear on that. Breaking up the Commission means that there is a number of functions now that the Commission has. And some of them are in conflict, being the geopolitical government of Europe and at the same time being a regulator which is under a huge pressure of the Trump administration today. Maybe it's too much, it's a conflict of interest which is too high, and maybe we should move towards an EU digital enforcement agency. I mean, you may have seen that the Parliament now is coming back to this old idea of having an independent antitrust authority. And it's interesting because it's an idea which came back, when the treaty was negotiated from the Germans, and then when the merger regulation was adopted in the 90s, there was another discussion whether DG COM should go out and be an independent authority. And it's interesting that Jon Courtin and others at the Parliament are pushing that idea today. It will be interesting to hear the view of Margrethe Vestager on that later, maybe. And finally, in terms of private enforcement is absolutely key because it's a way to complement and accelerate the enforcement. So we think that private enforcement is absolutely important, but it requires good cooperation between the European Commission and the court, and the national court, because those are complex matters. And the good thing is that the DMA provides a possibility for the European Commission to go before national court, but we think that is also very important. So those are the main ideas that we present in the report, which is published on the CERRE website. So now let's go to the panel and continue the discussion. We will do in the same way as we did before. So what I will ask you to every panelist to go 3 minutes and only 3 minutes on one thing they like in the report and one thing they don't like, and don't hesitate to follow the path of Mark and be provocative. I think that's how we progress. We progress intellectually. So I think it's very important. And then at the very end, I will ask you, everyone, one advice for Dennis, who is now in charge of the DMA, not review, but the DMA evaluation, one advice for him. So let's start with you, Kush from Mozilla, who I must say, and I must praise Mozilla, because we were discussing the previous panel that there is not much data around and so on, but I must say Mozilla is one of the rare company who really give a lot of data on the different experiments you have done. So I think that needs to be mentioned, because you are one of the main source of independent data now.
Thanks, Alex. Yeah, I mean, being an independent, non-profit, and open source company really helps us to publish our data and have it out there. So, yeah, appreciate it. And thanks for the papers as well. I'm going to focus my comments on the enforcement and governance paper, although I'd love to talk about breaking up the Commission another time. And look, it was a really good paper. I think it's one of the best ones out of CERRE that I've seen. And it sets out the range of considerations pretty well. It recognizes the importance of interoperability, not just for competition, but for resilience and sovereignty as well. We totally agree with that. Won't be a surprise. It also talks about the grey elements of the DMA, right? The fact that despite the DMA being accused of being micromanaging of product choices, actually it's incredibly high level as a regulation, and it leaves a lot of grey area. And of course, gatekeepers are reluctant to comply. In some cases, they're even calling for it to be repealed. So inevitably, they take that interpretation in their favor. Specifically on interoperability, though, what it does is call out the fact that you need more than just APIs to interoperate. Now, if I can bring that to life from a company perspective, from a product perspective, our engineers and product managers of Firefox, they're not sitting around waiting for an API from Apple or Microsoft or Google to enable them to do what they need to do. They're going to continue, they have product roadmaps, right? They're going to continue to be building the product and innovating. They would love to have these APIs, but they're not going to wait for them. And what's needed, in our side is we have to invest significant resources to then interoperate. And so what we need is more than just an API. What we need is documentation, service levels, notices of changes, all of these things, which the report really brought out, and I thought that was excellent. It also called out the importance of having inclusive and collective governance, and that means also civil society and technologists as well. We heard from Mark in the previous panel that often they're excluded from this, from these kind of discussions, and it's really important to have them here, be debating these issues. And researchers, academics, and civil society are a big part of that. They can bring some of the data that we were just talking about. I'll quickly skip, because I know you're going to tell me off otherwise, to things that I think could be improved. One was on privacy and security, right? Like, this is a big part of conversations around access, around interoperability, around choice. We always come back to privacy and security and what that means. And obviously the report laid out the fact that, sometimes there can be legitimate privacy and security considerations when you're looking at interoperability. And then a proportionate approach is needed, but that shouldn't frustrate contestability. I don't disagree with that. But what I think is that it should go further. What we at Mozilla think is that it should go further, because it ignores the fact that privacy and security actually can be parameters of competition. Not always. It's not always a race to the bottom, right? It can be a race to the top. And for us, that's the case. We're a non-profit. We have privacy and security at the heart of everything that we do. And, we compete with Apple in the space. For example, I'm sure Gary would agree on security. There are only 3 browser engine developers left in the world. There's Apple, Google, and Mozilla. And we're all trying to push the web forward, both in terms of capability, but also in terms of security. And in some cases, Apple will innovate and others will follow. In other cases, Mozilla has innovated and Apple has followed and said, credit Mozilla for doing this innovation. So that's how it works. That's when you have competition. Unfortunately, that's not, we don't really have competition to the extent we would like in that case, but it shows that actually you can have more than just privacy and security as a shield for competition, or as a downside to competition. Actually, what we think is that you can improve privacy and security with competition as well, and I'd love to see more of that conversation as part of the DMA.
Super, thank you very much, guys. Now let's go to Roxandra from the Coalition of Open Digital Ecosystem. If you can just explain exactly what it is, and then your main point.
With pleasure, and thank you very much for having me on this panel, Alexander. It is a pleasure to join this discussion today on behalf of CODE, the Coalition for Open Digital Ecosystems. So indeed, for those of you who don't know us, CODE brings together a dozen leading tech companies, very diverse, some large, some smaller, diverse geographies too, but united by the conviction that open digital ecosystems are better. They are better for innovation, they are better for growth, they're better for consumers who get to choose. And so, again, thank you very much also, Zach, for this great paper. I think there's a lot in it that we also agree on. What we've seen at CODE is indeed since the DMA was adopted, there's been some progress achieved towards openness and interoperability. But there's also a lot more that needs to be done. And so we share the assessment in the report that the priority should be now on enforcement and on delivering the real-life impact for businesses as well as for consumers. And so the report offers several recommendations for how to get there. And one I would like to pick that we particularly like at CODE is to highlight the important point on security and privacy. So building on Kush's point as well, that blanket security concerns should not be used as a smokescreen to undermine DMA implementation and limit progress towards contestability. I think security and privacy are of utmost importance for businesses and consumers alike, absolutely. But it is also not true, we believe, that walled gardens are necessary to preserve security. We feel that any exception to openness and interoperability must be specific, proportionate, and evidence-based, and that true security really relies on the robustness of the mechanisms, not on keeping the inner workings hidden from the industry. So to Kush's point, this can be a race to the top, I think. One point where perhaps we would disagree slightly with the report is on the pace of installing these new governance mechanisms. We really feel like a wait-and-see sort of approach to governance is a luxury that European industry really cannot afford at this point. I think what we would say is if you wait to manage these functions, you've already sort of lost the race to implement the DMA's objectives. And small businesses don't have the time, the knowledge or the capacity actually to navigate complex regulations or indeed go through the complex steps of requesting interoperability with operating systems functionalities. Next month, we will in fact publish business polling to see how businesses perceive of the DMA and of what the DMA offers to them. And that polling indicates that 57% of companies polled are already facing increased costs due to compatibility barriers. 65% are simply not aware that the DMA offers processes to request interoperability. And 69% believe that the processes put in place by gatekeepers are not sufficiently transparent or efficient. And so again, come back to the main point, I think, for us, is that for businesses to really feel the real-life impact and benefits of the DMA, openness should be a day one architectural requirement.
Thank you very much. So apparently there is not only the law that we should simplify, but probably also some processes that the gatekeeper imposed. Alexandre from the CCIA.
Yes, thank you, Alexandre. And thank you for the invitation. So CCIA, just a disclaimer, we represent both the designated gatekeepers and business users. So we are coming from both point of view. And I think, to be honest, what is also true what is true for the DMA is also true for a number of recent regulations. What we are focusing on in terms when we're reaching the stage of implementation and enforcement is workable, predictable framework, which a framework that allows companies to know where they're going when they're building their compliance programs and avoid unintended consequences for the broader ecosystem, including the end users. What we liked about the papers was the focus on greater cooperation between enforcement authorities, especially when there's some degree of interaction. And I think I would point here to a not so recent case from the Court of Justice, the Bundeskartellamt case, where clearly the Court of Justice, to me, I read this decision as like, it says a number of different things, but it says, hey, we have a principle of sincere cooperation. It's written, it's one line in the treaty. And well, in the absence of laws, meaning i.e. there should be probably laws, there should be more specifications on how regulators talk to one another when there's frictions between multiple legislation, and including the DMA. So I very much like that recommendations toward greater protocol sort of cooperation between authorities. And further than that, we liked the recommendation towards greater independence of the enforcement framework. The Commission, as you pointed out, Alexandre, acts as both the judge, the jury, the executioner. It's also obviously part of the executive branch, and all of that makes it highly susceptible to politicization of any enforcement, including the DMA, not only, whether the pressure comes from outside or also within. It's also, independence, I think, allows, in the day-to-day enforcement of DMA, would allow for a more frictionless, maybe longer, but frictionless, more highly technical assessments whenever whenever there's different trade-offs that need to be weighed in. And maybe just one teeny tiny point, I don't know how much time I have left, but on the things that could maybe subject to a follow-up paper would be more granularity on ways to measure proportionalities and trade-off. On purely DMA matters, I think we would want to see more procedural guardrails, such as, for example, whenever there are we need more highly technical assessments or there's disagreements between parties, having a stop-the-clock mechanism, hitting the pause button for having sort of that appeased sort of decision-making process and that assessment that precedes the decision-making process. And obviously when DMA intersect, but that I'm repeating myself, but when the DMA intersect with other laws and rights, we would want to see maybe the high-level group is a starting point, but it shouldn't be a high-level group. It should be far more hands-on and being able to sort of to be activated on a case-by-case basis. I'll stop here.
Okay, thank you very much. So calling for the evolution of the high-level group, which is clearly something we will be keen to watch. Let's go now to Max from the Open Market Institute.
Great, well, thanks for having me. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Open Markets Institute, we're a think tank that focuses on both studying and addressing the risks that market concentration poses both to our economies, but also to our societies, democracies at large. And we see the DMA as a key tool in that. And also, you know, to continue in the sort of vein of transparency, we do not represent or we are not funded by any business interest, whether on the business user side or the gatekeeper side. So I'm going to focus, like Kush, on Zach's report, which for some reason sort of provoked more reflections. I thought it was a great report overall, and I think one of the point that I thought was really, really important is that you know, access obligations in themselves, whether through the DMA or other laws, are not in themselves enough, and actually the question of how you monitor, how you govern that access, I think, is more important in the long run. So I think despite this idea, you know, some had initially about the DMA being this magical self-executing law where you just write a bunch of rules on paper and then suddenly everything changes. I think it's very obvious that that isn't the case based on how we've seen enforcement go so far. And there's just a lot of work to be done, you know, by the Commission, but by everyone with a stake in the DMA to make sure that these rules actually produce an effect. I would also sort of echo Kush's point. I really liked how the report mentioned the link between openness and resilience, and specifically how open digital ecosystems promote resilience by reducing the dependence of users or of businesses on any particular platform. I think that's a really important point, and I think particularly in this environment now where, you know, we have the US government making threats against European tech regulation. We've seen, you know, massive cloud outages, for example, that have had societal effects. So I think the DMA, we shouldn't think of it just in the context of consumers or competitors, but really when it comes to things like resilience, security, sovereignty. In terms of sort of things, you know, there was nothing I completely disagree with, but I think this idea of inclusive governance, I think, is really interesting, and I think there is a need to move beyond, you know, what was described as this more gatekeeper-led approach to an approach that brings in certainly business users more expansively, but also consumer groups, civil society, academia. I think that could definitely be helpful, but I think we also need to avoid sort of enforcement being outsourced to groups like that, because I think if you don't have the Commission kind of driving things forward with a vision of what good looks like, then I think you end up potentially with a sort of mishmash of different interests and perspectives that's not really coherent and doesn't really achieve anything. So I think that's a key point. So I want to see the Commission in the lead, you know, including through things like specification decisions, which you know, I'm pleased we've seen more of lately. I think the other thing to keep in mind when it comes to sort of third-party, you know, kind of independent initiatives in governance is that there is a high risk of these types of things being captured by a sort of small number of actors. And so we've seen, for example, you know, to take one example, W3C, which sets a lot of standards around the internet. There's been a lot of controversy around, you know, the role of, for example, Google in playing a disproportionate role in setting rules on browsers, for example, through their dominance in Chrome. So I think in terms of any initiatives that are set up to supervise the DMA, we need to make sure that it isn't just the gatekeepers that are driving that, but a whole set of actors. And one last very quick point, I think, not just in this report, but I think throughout the reports, you know, innovation is referred to a lot, but I think without necessarily being defined, and I think it's important that we do so. I think both because innovation is one goal of the DMA and of regulation in general, but we have to weigh it against other things, and that includes things like resilience, for example, or European sovereignty right now. But I think also within innovation, we have to distinguish between, there is innovation that I think potentially consolidates power more, or that promotes, for example, screen addiction or data harvesting. And then there are other forms of innovation that do the opposite and that are more decentralized and that help us achieve, better health or make us more knowledgeable. So I think we need to first define innovation before we talk about the trade-offs of innovation versus anything else.
Yeah, thank you. No, that's a very important point, and that's clearly a point where we want to work a little bit more at CERRE is, innovation is a catchword for a lot of things, and as you say, I mean, we have to see what kind of process of innovation, centralized versus decentralized, and what kind of innovation. So you are perfectly right, and I think this is something we should work more. Zach, I will give you the brief reaction word after having heard everyone. Gary from Apple.
First of all, congratulations on cutting our contributions in half. I think we were supposed to go 6 minutes, so I'll cut down to 3 as quickly as I can. I also welcome the CERRE work in this space. It's actually very important work. CERRE kind of stands in the middle a little bit, as I see it. You take contributions from gatekeepers, you take contributions from civil society, other players, and you distill down what appear to me to be often diametrically opposing views and try and chart a consensus. And I think it's extremely important that we have bodies such as CERRE which are making a genuine attempt to do that, because I think otherwise we find ourselves often talking past each other in these forums. I'm never going to agree with code. Code has, it's an industry mouthpiece. It has views that it has to give. So I'm not going to agree. So having us on a panel, it's great. We'll have different views, but it's not going to reach consensus. That's where I think CERRE comes in, because you can find a path between code and ourselves.
It's not easy.
No, but you can do it, and I think that's important. And in fact, when I see the term of inclusive governance as a model, it's kind of appealing to me, but then it's appealing to me in the way that Max just said, actually, that it's only appealing if, in fact, the people participating in that are not captured by outside interests. And actually, I didn't think I would agree with many of the points that Max would make before I came here, but it turned out I did, in fact, actually, because as a gatekeeper and the person who's responsible for a large part of our engagements with the European Commission on these issues, we ourselves have found, obviously, in a very real way, that the DMA is not self-executing. It does require detailed engagements. It does require over 200 meetings with my colleagues, sometimes friends in the European Commission, over the last number of years, and that's going to continue. I will leave here to go to another meeting with the Commission. Dennis will leave to go to a meeting. We're all engaged in meetings. I think what's important is that the views of genuine business users, gatekeepers, Commission, and bodies such as CERRE have an opportunity to engage. I agree with that, but we need to make sure that the process is not captured in the way that perhaps I would feel it has been by some people who represent themselves as representing broader swathes of business users, when in fact they have very specific interests which are to actually benefit their funders, and I think that's something which we should all be conscious of. I was also struck in the paper in terms of inclusive governance, and this is something which I spoke on publicly a few weeks ago, and you were there as well, Alexandra, was the coordination piece. Now, with the coordination piece, I learned something new this morning at 8:30 a.m. as I was reading through paper 4, which is that there are 270 different digital agencies in the...
You didn't meet all of them yet.
No, I know. I hope I don't have to.
You complain about meetings, but you're not...
So between member states and the EU, that is mind-boggling, in fact, that all of these have an interest. And as a gatekeeper, I could, in fact, have to encounter any or all of them as you say, on an ongoing basis. And they then have to try and coordinate. One, they should be making sure that I'm not trying to play them off against each other. But secondly, they should be coordinating so that they act in a consistent way. And I think we have a lot of work to do there. Now, you've also heard me, and that's what I also support in the paper, is that we do need to make that cooperation real. And I want to pick up on a point that Cash made. We in Apple have never sought to use security and privacy as a blank no to doing things. All we're asking is that actually security and privacy have a place at the table with the relevant authorities involved, and then the right answer be met. Not the one that Apple says necessarily. I think we have some opinions on it, but I'm not saying our opinions are the final ones. But with the independent agencies responsible for it so that we can arrive at the answer that suits everybody quickly. Does not have to take some time. And then in terms of where I thought there could be some room for improvement in your otherwise excellent work in this space, I do think the area of proportionality is important. And I think there is some reference to it, but I think where we see it most often in our space in relation to what I'm going to term so-called interoperability by design. That is not proportionate. It is not proportionate that every single feature of iOS that Apple ships, there's somehow an expectation on the part of the European Commission, as I understand it, that that has to be interoperable by design, regardless of any market demand or contestability issues associated with it. I cannot believe that that was the original intent, because it implies a massive overhead, which has actually left us in the incredible position that there are some features we have not been able to ship here in the EU because we cannot solve those very security and privacy issues to the satisfaction of ourselves, and then ultimately satisfaction of the European Commission. So, for instance, we've no iPhone mirroring, because we can't come up with a way to make your iPhone interact with non-Apple devices in a way that you're not handing over control of it in a safe manner. I'd love for us to be able to do it, but we cannot see a path as things are currently set up.
Thank you very much, Gary, for this call for cooperation and proportionality. So now let's go to you. Dennis, many thanks for coming. It's always a pleasure to have you with us. You are there since the beginning, you know. And so, yes, I mean, on what you have read, on what you have heard, what are your reactions?
Okay, so first of all, many thanks for the invitation. Always a pleasure, and always a pleasure to be in a panel with Gary and then run to another meeting with Gary. And this is actually meant in a very positive sense. I will not comment on the positives and negatives of the reports as such. You know, I think what I want to focus on is some things which I think in reports are presented in a way where I feel we agree, but maybe they are presented in a way where I would say we are actually already doing it. So, for example, what I find very interesting in the governance mechanism report is this, three-layer structure, gatekeeper-led, commission-led, and then, of course, all-inclusive approach. To be very honest, and I hope Gary can, in a way, agree with me, even though probably not on everything, but in a way, these things at the moment seem to be presented as, very distinct, not like one, being very much interconnected and complementary. The way I see my life in the Commission and what we are currently doing is actually these three are already, in a way, complemented and done on a daily basis. It's true, DMA is built on the principle that, the one that knows its business model best will have to come up with the compliance solution for the obligation which is there. But then, where there may be questions and issues, and again, maybe Gary will not always agree with me, we have formal ways to provide guidance, because I agree, maybe, the way people have expected that everything will be self-executing and, implemented from minute one is not actually the case. So we may have specification proceedings. I mean, one thing I always say on panels our job in the context of the DMA as ex-ante tool is, the shift in paradigm. We are not there to find non-compliance. We are there to find compliance. And yes, I know Gary doesn't like compliance by design notion, but that's essentially what this is all about. But then, when it comes to the all-inclusive approach, I'm not saying there is no room for improvement of, inclusion of third parties, civil society, academics. But we have many occasions where this is already the case, right? We have, public workshops, and I take the point from the report that these may not always be best for exactly all the discussions which are being held or would need to be held, but that's why we also have like what I would call semi-public discussions. You also have trilateral meetings. So there is a lot of inclusion of interested third parties and also academics, right? I mean, we also organize public workshops where issues were presented from the perspective of academics. Again, I think, the good, positive input of the paper is, it provides a lot of meat for thought, where things can be improved, right? Security and privacy. It's always coming up, and I think it's an extremely important point. It's a consideration which is central to European digital rulebook. So I think that's the starting point that we should all have, right? And then not think that much about, whether it's used as a barrier or, whether, it can be used as a, factor of competition, but something that we all need to consider in the discussions. And, people often say, well, DMA doesn't take that into consideration. That's not true. I mean, there are many provisions in the DMA which very clearly say, where necessary, where justified, security is an important consideration that has to be taken into account. And again, I like the intervention of Kush. It's an important parameter of competition. So it's not only about, gatekeepers potentially having malintentions, and, I'm not pointing to anyone, to use this as an argument, okay, there is non-effective compliance, but it's also something where everybody can come with better security measure, better privacy measures, and I, as a user, will be the first one to go for a solution of that type. On the second paper, I mean, as you said, I think, we have many lawyers in the room. I think we can all agree on the regulatory consistency, right? I think there are two aspects, right? There are many rules and there are many authorities. I think the DMA provides the framework where, we have very clear rules when it comes to interplay with the rules. We don't have the obligation, as you had for the communication on the DSA, where colleagues actually looked into, I think, 54 different acts that interplay with the DSA. It's more about how the DMA interplays with other acts that may pursue other public interests and how we should cooperate with other authorities. I have to say that there, both in terms of actual cases, actual investigation, there is this cooperation. Of course, something which is not very public because it's part of the proceedings. But then also, as you know, we already have a high-level group, and one of the main roles of that high-level group is to ensure regulatory consistency. So the discussions which are being held are there to ensure that regulatory consistency. And what is also, I mean, we are trying to see how to improve the process of the high-level group. So when the point was made, this is too high level. Well, we already have working groups of the high-level group so that we can already discuss more operational issues. But of course, I mean, as with anything in life, there is room for improvement. So again, I think the report provides, and this discussion today provides quite a lot of interesting thought, how things can at least be thought through to be improved, right?
Thank you. Thank you very much. You want to react very briefly?
Sure. It doesn't sound like anyone hated the paper, which is always a good start. Not guaranteed. So I don't have any burning points to respond to, but maybe just on the point that Max raised about whether inclusive governance is really about kind of delegating enforcement. And I think that actually inclusive governance can only work if the Commission is heavily involved. And that includes having the threat and the pressure of intervening if inclusive governance doesn't deliver the right outcomes. And we know this from the way that self-regulation and co-regulatory systems work generally. You know, we talk about negotiating in the shadow of regulation. And it is that pressure, including the unpredictability of not knowing what the Commission might decide in the end, that is going to give stakeholders, you know, all around the table, no matter what their position is, the pressure to bring their best offer to the table and to build consensus. So yes, that will mean that some stakeholders are captured, but it doesn't negate the benefits of the process. What I think it does ask us to think a lot about is the structure of how these inclusive governance forums are going to work so that the process and the outcome is fair. And I think on outcome, I think we can point to some things that would be measures of success here, which is We would want the criteria for access seekers who want access to data or to functionality, we would want those criteria to be transparently laid out. We want them to be objective, not subjective ones where the gatekeeper gets to decide how it feels about whether a third party is a security threat or not. If there is discretion, because we do know that there are bad actors out there who are trying to exploit these types of rights, then we want there to be recourse to an independent third-party technical expert who can decide whether or not something's a security threat or not. And we would expect to see stability in the access criteria. And none of this is new, right? Those of us who have worked in telecoms, energy, regulated sectors where these issues have come up time and time again, we know what to look for in whether or not a process is going to be workable and give enough certainty to third-party access seekers. And then I think that we have seen in practice some processes and some formats that work too. So clearly in standardization settings, there's been questions about the makeup of different types of bodies and whether or not they are fair. But we've seen also Apple and Google have made these commitments together to make switching easier, which I think is a really positive step. As I mentioned in my presentation, there's the Data Transfer Initiative, which is a group of different companies that have worked together to make the format of data and its ability to be transferred across different systems easier. And I think as Gary mentioned, there is CERRE, which we try to do our best to bring different viewpoints together and to drive consensus. So, we'd be very happy to act as this inclusive governance forum in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we have 7 minutes left, and there is 5 speakers. No, 5 speakers, because I think Dennis will. Because what I will ask is, what is your main message for Dennis? So in 1 minute, Dennis is in charge of his team of the evaluation, his colleague in terms of the evaluation. So one key message for him. I would say just to your criteria, that you mentioned, Zach, of a good process. I would say also what Roxandra was saying. Simple process. I think that's also an important element that I think come from your study and which I would say is very key. So one message for Dennis, each of you.
So 2 very quick messages. One is compliance reporting. We've come a long way from 12-page compliance reports, but there's still a long way to go. Particularly, there's a lot of data, a lot of A/B testing done from companies of all sizes, gatekeepers all the way down to startups, right? No one is seeing that, and the Commission should at least see it and be able to see, how measures are being tested. So please look for that and ask for it. Secondly, AI. You have the tools within the DMA to deal with this already. Let's not wait for the review.
Thank you. I think the important thing is to remember the context of what the DMA is trying to achieve. And so what it's trying to achieve is to support growth and innovation. And so what we're trying to do at Code is to propose how to get there as well. So I think that's important to start with. For us, the DMA will only deliver, again, if openness is not considered as an add-on or an afterthought, but really it is built in from the very beginning. And so this is what we call for is indeed interoperability by design. So make sure that third parties enjoy an equal level of access to the features used by operating systems on services. And so this may be achieved through adopting industry-wide available standards. It may not, but this could be one of the ways. What we feel is that we don't need more regulation at this point. Really, that the focus needs to be not on processes, but on outcomes, on delivering real-life impact for businesses. And again, this means making openness the default features at launch.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this may surprise you, but I think we need more regulations. Dennis, if you can maybe pour all your frustrations into the DMA enforcement process, working the back end, into maybe a digital enforcement omnibus. That could be a next step for, that's an idea. That's my plea to you. But also, you can have all the laws that you want if you don't have the resources, and that's a plea actually to member states. It's great to play the aristocrat and have a wonderful regulatory castle, but if you don't have the resources, the money, or the expertise to maintain the castle, it will crumble. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Max?
Alexandre stole my point from me, but yeah, I basically want, hardworking or indeed overworked civil servants like Dennis and Antoine before, and everyone enforcing the DMA to get more money to do their job. I mean, I'd happily personally make a donation, but I think really, this is about the Parliament and the member states sort of increasing the resources available for the DMA through the next EU budget, or there are some interesting ideas about having a levy charged to the gatekeepers. I know Gary won't like that idea, similar to the DSA model. I think that could help a lot. And I think that would help with obviously a lot of the things that we're talking about today, including the enforcement of the existing obligations, monitoring the impact of the DMA, particularly these specification proceedings, which as has been discussed are very resource intensive, and so more money would help there. But also I think it would help the Commission to look beyond the battles of today and really try and emerge prevent areas of sort of emerging consolidation or anti-competitive behavior, for example, which we're seeing in the AI space, where a lot of today's dominant gatekeepers are, bundling AI products with their existing core platform services, and looking into that, requires a lot of time and money. So, yeah, more money for the Commission.
I had a good few things to say to Dennis. First of all, I want to confirm that Dennis and his colleagues are extremely hardworking. I see. Yes, I see them at all hours of all days working on items. But that then reminds me of the specification decision process, because we seem to be liking it here. But ultimately, the specification decision process is a denial of service attack on the gatekeeper and also on the Commission services, because the 6 months period turns out to be too short. And I think this was a point I made before, because you have 3 months to do the PFs, very tight window. You're talking, you're drafting, talking, exchanging, and then you publish the PFs, and then you go into another period of going back and forth on the PFs and dealing with market feedback. It just doesn't turn out to be long enough. And so if there's something that could be looked at, I think that period should be lengthened in some sensible way that takes account of people's lives. Having done it myself, I think I've said before in a public forum, my average amount of sleep per night over that 3-month period from October to December 24 went down to 5 hours per night. And that doesn't make any sense, actually, from anybody's perspective. So I would say, and I know it was the same on the Commission side. So it's too short of a period, and I think we should try and do it in a more measured manner. And then, look, the high-level group is not working, from my point of view. I've heard the head of the Dutch Competition Authority say it's not working. I've heard the head of the telco regulators say it's not working. So it's not just me with some kind of perspective on it. It is not providing the input into decision-making that I don't know if it was hoped for, but it's definitely not happening, and we need to find another way to do it, whether it's changing the high-level group or finding more formal inputs. I don't think Dennis can solve that himself. He'll try, but I think we just need to be realistic. What is the outcome we want? Do we want these people involved or don't we? If we do, that's not the way to achieve it. That's clear. We should all just accept that now.
Thank you. Dennis, the last word.
I took the notes, so all good. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. And so now to conclude this conference, we are very happy and honored to have the mother of the DMA, which will be interviewed by the father of the CERRE. So please, Margrethe and Bruno, please come to the floor.
This is a nice introduction, isn't it?
It's a wonderful introduction. Now all the clever people have left the room, or at least the stage, so it's just you and me.
It's true that we've been dealing with each other and with your services for many, many years. I remember when you came in 2015 in this very room, Alexandre may remember, we had a dinner, and we were starting to think about digital regulation. But it's clear that time has changed so much between then and also the time in 2020 when you presented formally the DMA. The evolving dynamics of relations between world players have changed so fundamentally, leading to a fragmented geopolitical landscape. But that change has affected regulation also, and digital regulation. And that's what I would like us perhaps to chat about this afternoon for, unfortunately, only 30 minutes. Now, when you proposed the Digital Markets Act, there were some critics who said Europe is regulating markets that it has already lost. Now, today, 5 years later, would you say that the DMA is about, I would say, shaping the future? Or it is still mainly about containing past dominance?
Well, I don't think that you can say that anybody has lost a market where you have 450 million consumers. That's a very vibrant, valuable market. And I found it extremely telling that the Google representative said that the DMA would not suit us because it would enable also US businesses to do better in Europe. I think that makes it so obvious that this is being used in a political game. Because the point of the DMA is that anybody is welcome to come to Europe and compete. Full stop. That's the point. Because no matter where you're headquartered, if you have competition, you have innovation, you have investment, you have choice. And in the discussions about more European businesses, if the consumers are not trained in having choices, knowing they have choices, knowing that it's a valuable thing to have choices, they wouldn't even ever get to use European businesses. So the DMA is about the future. The DMA is about saving a social market economy from monopolism. Because otherwise it only goes one way. And that's a completely old school division by the mighty of the value in the marketplace.
Now, if we look ahead and looking about the future, what would be for you, what would be success for the DMA? What would still need to happen politically, institutionally, in terms of enforcement practice for us to be able to assert that the DMA is a success?
Well, first and foremost, I think it's really important to have the right expectations. I didn't have one, I didn't have two, I didn't have three. I was starting on the 4th Google case in my tenure. We had so many Amazon cases. We had Facebook Meta cases, we have Apple cases. There was no view to compliance with our normal competition laws in sight. You know, the learning curve was as flat as someone who's almost in a permanent coma. So the point was to say we need to speed up, we need to reset the game by telling those who are de facto gatekeepers what they can do and what they cannot do. But there was no expectation that this would happen overnight, that all of a sudden, because they were told in clearer terms what they knew already, because their internal counsel would have told them a gazillion times, that all of a sudden the world would be a world of complete compliance with fair trading practices and open contestable markets. And I think that's really important. And you know, if there's one thing I agree on today, it is that it needs much more resources for enforcement. And it also needs to make sure that enforcement have that double-sidedness, that it also has deterrence. Because enforcement without deterrence doesn't work. Which means that you need to have fines that are being felt. Also because fines communicate very well. Then people notice, oh, they did something wrong. Must be actually quite illegal if the fine is a couple of billions or more.
In 2015, the concepts of economic security and strategic autonomy were not so much important. But today we see that they are really framing digital policy. So do you see a direct link between the DMA and the EU's economic security strategy?
Well, one of the many amazing things that comes from competition is resilience. Because if one supplier fails you, there'll be another one. If one customer fails you, there will be another one. You know, some of the issues we have seen in the semiconductor supply chain is indeed that there are specific businesses that does very, very specific, very, very high specialized things. It may be the tiniest of screws, but they're the only ones making them. And if you have an earthquake or you have a fire, then all of a sudden the supply chain doesn't work. And that entire value chain then stops. So I think it's really important to see it in that perspective, that the point to be resilient is to have choice, not to be foreclosed, not to be kept just with one supplier or one customer.
Yeah, but can market and market contestability and competition constitute real enablers of resilience, of reduced dependency?
But of course, one of the tricky things is that it's quite rare that we are rational agents. We're also human beings with our envies and faults and complacencies and whatever. And when you have a market situation where things comes very easily to you, well, then you're not a rational agent anymore. And in Europe, we have been so lazy that we have allowed ourselves dependencies. The gas dependency on Russia, for China for critical minerals and market and production capacity, on the US for security and technology. That has become a market problem, but it comes from laziness or greed. So when you want to push yourself out of that situation, that actually means that you should be more rational and have more market in order to have more choice and more people to choose from and more people to come. And I think that is the important, that is why the DMA is so much about the future. Because an open market also underpin and support an open democracy. Because you can push that market concentration that otherwise connects with political power. And that then it becomes really difficult actually to move it.
Your successors at the Commission have made the word and the concept of simplification as one of the main drivers of their action. It's clear that we see what is presented as simplification is often, I would say, hidden deregulation. The Commission has launched a digital fitness check to review and streamline the EU digital acquis from competition and platform regulation to data, AI, cybersecurity. Now, in practical terms, what does the former competition commissioner and commissioner in charge of the digital, what outcomes do you expect from these reviews in terms of not only simplification, but also competitiveness, user protection, and economic security?
Well, who would not want to live in a simple world? I think it was one of the Greek ideals of the antique Greek, that things that were simple, they were also true. So I think it's really deep in us that we're trying to find things that are simple, that can be easily understood. The problem is that we live in a very complex world, and it's full of lawyers. And I completely agree that there is scope to do things simpler, because when you have been legislating for a very long period of time, of course there will be overlaps, and these overlaps, they will have a slightly different wording. And as a layman, you think it's the same, but your lawyer will tell you, no, 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 no. Completely different concepts. Or it may be that different pieces of legislation, they interfere with one another in different ways. I think they now use the GDPR for the Grok AI that undresses women and children. That is also a kind of a digital legislation all of a sudden. So you have interference between different pieces of legislation. You have legislation that was not made digitally ready, because digital wasn't a thing at the time. So I agree that there is scope for simplification. And I think that is also legitimate. The problem is if there is a push and that slides into deregulation in a way that is not democratically discussed. Because then the aims, they sort of quietly changes. And then it's not legitimate anymore. And then all of a sudden you have problems in Parliament. Because they see it and they say, well, this was not it. This was not what we were going to do. And then all of a sudden things get stuck and it doesn't work anymore. So I think it's really important to be careful, to say what is it that we want to do here. And also to say, well, if we want things to be really simple, then they will not always be just, at least not to everybody. Because if you want things that are sort of justified in the sort of measurement of millimeters, then you need really complex rules. I'd say that in such a complex world, it could be a good idea to push it to say, we have simple rules, it's one rule, it's all over the territory, it's with very few enforcers. But then it has to be legitimate, because then a lot of details, they disappear. So I hope in the coming months that it's a review. It's looking into what have we learned about the DMA the first years of the enforcement. What are the strengths? What are the weaknesses? Because I'll never claim that it was perfect when it was first made, because we were humans making it. And then try to figure out what that is then take. But my guess would be that first things first, you need people, you need resources, and you need to be allowed to enforce.
In his first mandate, the current president of the United States called you the tax lady. And since then, digital regulation has become an even bigger point of friction between the EU and the United States. How, in your view, should we respond? Should Europe respond to US pressure on our regulatory choices? And can we do so without undermining our own legal and political autonomy?
So the first thing is that it's not new. You know, one of the first things when I came to Brussels was a letter, I think, from the US Congress with numerous signatories. Now, welcome to this office. The European Commission has done everything wrong before you came. We really hope that you will do better, something like that. It's a disgrace, because you're targeting US companies. Went on and on and on and on and on. You know, I don't know, 70 signatories. I basically got one of those letters every year. But in the end, there was only 12 signatories. And the change was that the US voters had changed their mind. Because 10, 15 years ago, you know, big tech was the best thing since sliced bread. Not anymore. There's an afterthought because of the scandals, because of the whistleblowers, because of the fears of your mental health, of your democracy, of your communities. This is why you now have privacy legislation in 15 states of the United States. This is why you have AI regulation in so many states of the United States. Because people don't see it as they did. And this is also why I think one should be really careful not to overlook the other side of the equation, which is that Europeans were promised that markets would be open and contestable. They were promised to have choice. They were promised that businesses could do their business based on their ideas, their talent, their work ethics, their investors, but not because of gatekeepers. That was the promise made, and that promise is as important as it is to say to an American president, well, it's only some of your businesses that you promote, because most of our cases, they are based on other US businesses who fail to feel that they can do business in Europe because of other businesses headquartered in the US.
What you are saying is that that kind of narrative would be useful now.
But it's not only useful, it's just simple registering the facts. That so many US businesses, they have benefited from European competition law enforcement. First they complain and then they get the benefit, and I think it's the same thing now. And it has been extremely valuable for the European Commission because they come with data, they come with their insights, they come with the knowledge about how the different markets and sub-markets actually work. And I think it's very important to maintain this because the DMA and competition law enforcement is not about European businesses, it's about competition. But you need to have competition in order for people to have choice. And you cannot have choice without other businesses. And they can be American, and they can be European, and some will be Chinese, and so on and so forth.
We talk competition, we could talk also about industrial policy. In 2015, industrial policy was still considered in Brussels, to say the least, I would say, as odd as a concept. Today, in the bubble, and also in a significant number of member states, you can advocate for a smart EU industrial policy without anymore being considered as an heretic. Now, on the supply side, we see a number of initiatives, such as you mentioned, the semiconductor and AI infrastructure investments. On demand sides, debates are going on concerning buy European approaches. So how should the EU, in your view, reduce critical digital dependencies without sliding into mere protectionism?
Well, first and foremost, it would be great to have a European industrial policy. Because what we have is basically a coordination, or not even that, of national industrial policies. And one of the differences between the US and China and Europe is not the level of state aid, it is that we know who gets the money, and it's transparent. It's not that businesses do not get support from their governments. The problem for me is that it's not with the European approach. It's not in order to make sure that the market works better. That is the problem. And I also think that sometimes it's a bit, one doesn't see when you say smart industrial policy, that the European ecosystems, they're a bit different. Take ASML, amazing company. Must visit destination if you want to do semiconductors. But they are the visible part of an ecosystem of more than 100 businesses in their geographic vicinity. And the amazing thing of ASML comes from the innovation of all these businesses that inspire one another, and they each do their part. And I think it's really important when you think about industrial policy that you think about this, because a lot of people, they still think about politicians pouring money into big companies. And that is not going to help us. So I think first and foremost, the European approach, and second, that we think much more about market creation. We traditionally do a lot on the supply side, enabling infrastructures on the supply side. But we do very little on the demand side. We think that public procurement is enough, but public procurement that's not strategic is not enough. One could be much more strategic in your public procurement than what you are today. Because of course, as a business, it's very nice to have some grant. It's also nice that somebody comes and gives you advice, especially if they know something about your business. But very often, the best thing you can have is customers. It's a great thing. And one of the things I think they have done really well in the US is that they have DARPA and they have other innovation vehicles. And if something seems interesting, the US Army says, we'll buy 100,000 of those. And that is a bing to investors. Because if you have an anchor customer that will buy 100,000, well, then probably others will as well. And then the investors come. So, you know, my wish is that I think the most important industrial policy you could do was to say, well, now when everybody is having increased defense budgets, let's just take a slice of that and make the wildest innovation fund that you have seen with very little strings attached.
We are the center on regulation in Europe. I'd be interested to know what is your view on the changing nature of regulation in the age of geopolitics and power. We see global mega trends which are blurring the boundaries between regulation, economic policy, geopolitics. So how has this changed the nature of regulation itself, in particular in the digital domain?
Well, I think it's part of this so-called race that we're in. A race with no ending and with no price. And I think it's really important for us to be in the race to be the best possible Europe. We would be lousy Chinese anyway. So for us to be better Europeans. And that entails that we really hail our democratic processes, democratic legitimacy, the rule of law, that we're checked by the courts. And I think that is absolutely essential, because from that comes legitimacy. And if we get wobbly on that, well, I think we are losing one of the reasons as to why it's so good to be European and live in Europe.
My final question, because unfortunately our time is nearly past, is about the Commission. The Commission proposes laws, enforces them, evaluates their impact, coordinates industrial policy, and acts as a geopolitical actor, and all this sometimes simultaneously. And some people, and you heard earlier in the conversation this afternoon, that some people may argue that these accumulated responsibilities generate overstretch and perhaps sometimes conflict of interest. So do you see tensions in these overlapping roles, for instance, between being a lawmaker, an evaluator, and regulator? And you believe that the Commission institutional models remains today still fit for purpose in the digital age?
I think it was meant to be that way, because it comes from the treaty. This is not something new. This was always the case. What I find one should watch is the Commission in itself being more political in its deliberations. And I think we are at risk of losing something which is really, really special globally, the role of the Commission. Because there's no lack of politics in Europe. That's enough. What we do not have are bodies that are bound by something that is above the party politics of each and every one of us. And I'd say the commissions that I were part of, believe it or not, but it was the reality that the treaty was more important than whether we were liberals or social democrats or conservatives. Because it was really special what we had. That, I think one should be really careful in protecting. And the second thing, if one says, no, we need an independent competition agency, the next question is why? Because you will get weaker competition law enforcement. Because the point of having competition law enforcement in the Commission is that you have somebody who personalizes, who embody competition and competition law enforcement every day of the week in front of colleagues who might wish it in another place.
Margrethe Vestager, thank you very, very much. It was really, really a treat to have this conversation with you. Thank you. Now's the time. Let me just take some water. Now's the time for me to conclude this very rich day with illuminating discussions. And I would briefly share with you perhaps 4 takeaways and perhaps also tell you what some important projects which are coming in. So takeaways. First of all, as we've seen in the morning discussion on the Digital Fairness Act, regulation is not only to protect users, but it's also an enabler for innovation and competitiveness. And in addition, as we've seen in the discussions of the afternoon, regulation can also deliver smart industrial policy by helping to open digital markets to European entrants. And Margrethe Vestager stressed it again a few minutes ago. And this second role of regulation is increasingly important in this new world of empires, where the EU's imperative is to increase our digital sovereignty, protect our economic security, and boost innovation and growth. However, to achieve those objectives, and this is my second takeaway, regulation should be risk-based and proportionate. It should encourage compliance by design, I mean by technological design, and finally be consistent across the whole suite of regulatory instruments. Next, we have also discussed today why and how rules alone are not enough to protect users and promote innovation. Implementing digital regulation is complex. I mean, this is what this day has been about, among others. It's complex, and regulators will not always have all the resources or the technical expertise to address every detail. Therefore, we think that it's very important that good regulation be complemented by strong and participatory governance mechanism. And in fact, this is the DNA of CERRE. Having all stakeholders' interests around the table and nudging them towards better regulatory adoption and implementation. And finally, 4th point, we should recognize that just as the tech industry has delivered with the mantra of move fast and break things, digital regulation inevitably requires lawmakers to use trial and error. Regulation will need to learn from experience, both across jurisdictions and within the EU. This will not only require sufficient data, but also a robust evaluation framework. And this is even more important as, let us not hide it, the EU does not have a good track record of evaluating its laws as exemplified by the GDPR evaluation. But here again, I'm adamant that CERRE has got a strong role to play, faithful to its mission of better regulation. So, after this marathon, as Alexandre called it, this marathon platform summit, digital platform summit, what comes next? Let me just talk about our landmark fora. We have a forum of competitiveness innovation, which will explore the shift towards a European preference in public procurement and subsidy schemes. We'll investigate our best to deliver a European industrial policy in the digital sector and define the role of regulation in boosting Europe's tech sector. Then we have our DMA and our DSA fora, which we have been running for, I think, 3 years now, to our members and also to the institution satisfaction. And then the AI Act and the Policy Forum with an upcoming paper on the EU's role in global AI governance. Now, this was for the fora. We have also a series of projects under the headline of Better Regulation for Key Societal Issues. One is called Towards a Protective Digital Ecosystem for Children Online. Another is titled Making Data Protection Fit for the AI Age. And a third one, subject to getting enough support to take this forward. The third one would deal with making copyrights fit for the age of AI. Then we will address the reform of some important EU laws, the DNA, the Digital Networks Act, the Audiovisual Service Directives. And then we have on our agenda 3 upcoming regulatory labs, which we specifically designed for our members. One on improving policy coherence across the digital rulebook, that is on the 4th of March, applying the AI Act to today, evolving AI value chain, and adapting the digital rulebook to AI agents. And then we have in the next weeks, 2 CERRE members-only breakfast, one with Michele Piergiovanni, the digital advisor to Ursula von der Leyen, and the other one on the future of multilateralism with Pascal Lamy, Vice Chairman of CERRE, former European Commissioner and former Director General of the WTO. So this is coming to the end. The end is when I thank people, and I would like really to thank very, very warmly the same team. I have a fantastic team, and I'm very blessed. They've prepared and successfully delivered this event. On the content side, Alexandre de Streel, Zach Meyers, they built an amazing program. I suppose you agree with me. I would like also to thank the other fantastic contributing academic colleagues that we are proud to have at CERRE, Jan Kramer, Marc Bourreau, Christophe Busch, Amelia Fletcher, Giorgio Monti, Richard Fisi, Michel Ledger. I would like to thank, of course, once again, it will be never enough, Margrethe Vestager for having accepted to be the cherry of the cake of this program, Isabelle Perignon, John Evans, the keynote speakers, and also the close to 20 panelists. Can you imagine that we had, I think, some 30 people on this platform throughout the day? And we would not have been able to organize this without the amazing CERRE communication team led by Madame Christina Hansen, and including Calliope, Tsekura, Zoe Carlson, and their colleagues from the comms, TMT, and delivery department. So if you would really, I think it would be only fair if you would give my colleagues a big hand. Thank you very much, and see you at the next CERRE event.